depends. I can take this out. No worries, I can take it out. Yeah. Okay. Mm, yeah, yes, I can feel fine. I hope. Yeah, no, it's okay. Thank you very much. Excuse me. I feel like a superstar on stage. Yeah. Ooh. No, you can also take the tables if you want. It's just some people bring their computers and notebooks, and it's easier to write when you're sitting on the table. I'm always on morning. I'm always in front because I don't get blocked by larger people than me. So yeah, it's not that I'm very, how do you say, absorbing the info, but rather kind of just don't get blocked from it. Yeah. When are you leaving? Okay, what time? Okay. Yeah, same. Oh, really? Yeah. So we have a YouTube link. I think the live sessions are going on YouTube. But if you didn't register, if you register to be here, I think you don't get the
in der Oper dreimal klingeln oder so im Theater. Jetzt waren es zweimal. Genau. Wenn man eine Musik hätte, wäre das nochmal so ein bisschen. Genau. Singen ist super, ja, ja, klar. Und ja. Ja, wir werden alle älter. Dobry den. That's, when I'm right, another word to say dobry rano. So good morning to everyone. It's nice to see you again for the second day of the EMSP's annual conference, and we have yesterday a great conference with a lot of beautiful speakers, a lot of very interesting information, a lot of things discussed. Bettina will do the wrap up after me. So I'm happy that you're with us for this day. We have another good speakers and discussions, panelists, and I'm happy to say hello to all the people on site again. And yeah, I think we will hear a lot of good informations. We're discussing the theme prevention in MS and related disorders again. And as I said before, Bettina will do the wrap up. And yeah, I hope you have a good sleep last night. We had yesterday a wonderful dinner here. Some of you were dancing, some of you were singing and doing a lot of networking. I see people had laughing in their faces, so I see it was a wonderful evening for me too. And yeah, I'm happy to hear again and to give it the floor over to Bettina.
Thank you, Herbert, and I have a microphone. And good morning. So thank you, Herbert, and good morning to everyone. Can I see how you are doing by your thumbs up, down, sideways? Wow. I see one or two doing a little bit of that. That means we need to energize you. I have to say, Herbert talked yesterday about Franz Kafka, The Castle, and I felt like Gregor Samsa this morning, really like, who is that? And then my Fitbit told me, you pushed it a little hard recently. Can you try something lighter today? So I'm like, okay, I will. But having you here is already giving so much wonderful energy. And yesterday we learned we can push ourselves hard, and we need to give ourselves a slack depending on the situation. And that is, I hope, for all of us the case. Very briefly, what we did yesterday, I think most of you were there. Who of you was not there yesterday? Hands up. Oh, so you were all there. That is brilliant. And hello also to the camera, dobre rano, to whoever is joining from their home office or wherever, will bring you in. Now, I won't repeat everything, and the most important thing that Herbert already said were the vibes of yesterday. So really, it felt like intense, and it felt full of a beautiful community, full of interaction, hope, and tips. What not only doctors can do differently, but also what we can do, and some exercise and dancing, which was beautiful. Now, we started with Eva Havadova, really starting with Charcot and then saying 3 lesions are enough, starting early and getting treated, but also find something to you like to take care of our own brains. Then we had that wonderful panel where I forgot Yiri in the beginning on aging with MS, where not only from Bart we got the overview, but we also saw 3 different perspectives. Among others, also taking care of people and how often the infrastructure is simply not there, and how much lifeblood then the people give so that it is sort of okay. Then we had 3 wonderful stories with really like how MS affects Black people, how underrepresented they are, and also how much stigma can play into it. Then we had also basket weaving and mobility and getting up from very far. And we also had Luigi, who said, like, I have MS, I go into neurology, I do something with the community. So wonderful, and you brought the biomarkers in. And then we got into the big survey, IMSS, where really the big outtake was Leda. And we had the NMO spotlight, and you brought also menopause into it, and really the female perspective on it. And what was important is very often MS and MNO are named somehow together, and I liked how Bart carved out also those nuances there. So, and if I don't name everyone, please forgive me. I'm doing this from my aging brain here. Then we had really the IMSS, and there was so much evidence, and there are country sheets now. Please go and advocate with those, and that is really like also the fuel on which media coverage works. And if you want your health systems to move, please go with these data and push. And in some countries right now, you need to push very, very hard. So, and that was Tommaso and Patricia. Then we had the comorbidities bit. Loved Stephanie's part where not only we learned about what we can do, but where we moved as well, but also that sometimes stuff that seems small helps, like spices and herbs. And Stephanie is up today again, so I would like to know what spices and herbs. So quick note to you here. And then we had Jelena Drulovic taking it more from the medical side and saying like how much not only comorbidities can weigh on us, and how difficult that is also for the doctors to find the right treatment for and with us. Then we had biomarkers, and when I started preparing for it, I thought, oh, this might be a little abstract, but our speakers really turned that not only into a lively, but very understandable bit, and one that is full of hope. And I was impressed how many of you know something about biomarker, and I hope now you know even more. Dancing, singing, whatever, so it was really, really nice, and I loved those that dancing couple that came yesterday evening. I found them absolutely wonderful. Now, it is about you today. Please, again, let the social media buzz, and there is a lot here already. We want these ones to leave poco a poco and be replaced by social media posts today. So the hashtag is still hashtag EMSP 2025, and it's still X and Facebook and LinkedIn and Blue Sky, I think, which I never used. There is also still that little orange sticker hunt. spot it, don't take it. If you win, you need to hand that in by 11. And one thing that I shall say is you will get a ticket to participate in EMSP, but your travel is something that you need to organize by yourself. So I don't want to create any false hopes there, but please, Berlin will be wonderful. So that is by 11 o'clock. And let me see whether there's anything else. I talked so much that now my iPad asks for a code. There's the storytelling station where you can really tell your story via videos. And we saw yesterday with all of you, Sophocles and Leda and everyone. So we saw how our own stories give hope to others, give a frame to others, give inspiration. So please go and let them buzz. But also one point that was very important yesterday is that we learned by Natalie that we should communicate when we are ready. Sometimes we are not ready yet, and that is okay as well. There's not one way to deal with MS and talk about it. Good. Talking about it, I hand over now to our first panel, and it's an interview actually, and it is by Tanja Pilz, who will interview Dr. Andrea Stenet. Now, let me just here. So Tanja is an Austrian Latin American advocate, content creator and creative soul, very much so, who really works on empowering young people with MS. So come on stage. You have been diagnosed with relapsing remitting MS, and that was for you a trigger to really turn your personal journey into a platform for advocacy and inclusion, and the inclusion part is very important.
Yes.
I don't want to say more. I let you do that. I'll be in the background and take all my brol, as we say in Belgium, which means hundreds of papers and pens. Sorry for that. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I hope that you're feeling motivated and super excited about today, because I am. Yes, like Bettina told you, my name is Tanja Pilz. I'm a patient advocate from Latin America in Austria, and I've been living with MS for 5 years now. I have a master's degree in communications, and I'm happy to be representing the Young People's Network at the EMSP Executive Committee since last year. So this is my first time as an EXCOM member, yay. And today I'm super excited to be talking about diversity and inclusion in MS research and neurorehabilitation. This topic is very close to my heart. I have been joining the MSP conferences for 4 years now, and each time I have had the opportunity to participate in different panel discussions, and I've always mentioned the topic of diversity and inclusion. Why? Well, I have a very, very diverse background. Diversity is part of me since I was born. And today I want to talk about representation of minority groups in research and clinical trials, as well as neurorehabilitation. I have the pleasure to be interviewing Dr. Andrea Stenet today. And before I call my guest to the stage, I want to give you some points on where we're standing on diversity and inclusion in MS research. So I'm not a researcher myself, but I did find some interesting points that I want to make today. Multiple sclerosis research has historically lacked diversity with limited representation of ethnic groups such as African Americans, Latin Americans, and Asians. This underrepresentation results in insufficient data on how MS affects these populations in real-world settings. A review of phase 3 clinical trials conducted between 1995 and 2000 revealed that 37.8% did not report participants' race or ethnicity. Among the studies that did, non-white populations such as Black people and Hispanic individuals were significantly underrepresented. Contributing factors included limited awareness of clinical trials, cultural misconception, and fears related to legal status or socioeconomic risk. Data on diversity in multiple sclerosis suggests that Black individuals with MS are often diagnosed later or are less likely to receive any treatment. This delay can lead to worse health outcomes and faster disease progression. Emerging evidence, or the little evidence that we have, suggests that disease-modifying therapies may be less effective in Black patients. highlighting the need for more inclusive research to tailor treatment effectively. Just this week, I saw a research or a publication stating that Hispanics and Latin Americans patients are often underrepresented in clinical trials, which can also lead to higher risk of comorbidities and also higher activity of MS. Factors such as lower income, education levels, and health literacy contribute to disparities in MS outcomes among minority populations, as well as the lack or the lower access to treatment. These examples underscore the urgent need for more inclusive research, better outreach, and equitable access to care for all populations affected by MS, of course, regardless of their ethnicity. To discuss this matter further, I would like to call Dr. Andrea Stennett to the stage, and I'd like to introduce her as well. Dr. Andrea Stennett is a research neurophysiotherapist in multiple sclerosis at the Royal London Hospital and a honorary clinical lecturer at Queen Mary University of London. Originally trained in physiotherapy at the University of West Indies, Jamaica, she later earned a Master in Science in Neurorehabilitation and a PhD in Health Studies Research from Brunel University. Dr. Stennett works with the BART MS team on clinical trials and service development projects, including audits and national MS care, remote services, and brain health. Her research focuses on integrating exercise and physical activity into routine MS care, and she's also leading efforts to diversify clinical practice and research. I'm gonna hand the microphone to you. And now, thank you. Thank you so much for being here with me today. Now you are going to be doing the talking, and I'm going to be asking some questions. First of all, can you tell me a bit more about your experience, like having studied in Jamaica and then moving to the UK? How does this experience shape your interest in diversity and inclusion in the work that you're doing?
Good morning, everyone. Dobry den. I did try to remember how to say that. Thank you for the invitation to be here. So I'm a physiotherapist by background. I trained in Jamaica many moons ago. And I do also have experience working in the health service in Jamaica as well. Interestingly, while I was working in the healthcare system there, I was asked to see a patient who was a returning resident to the island at the time, and that patient had MS. And for me, there was a lot of questions at the time. It was a long time ago, and there was very little to guide our decisions around treatment. And so that stirred up a lot of questions in my head. You know, where do we start? What do we do? And from that experience, I started exploring postgraduate opportunities. And in my head, what I wanted to do was find the answer, how to treat, what to do. But I know now that the more you study is the more questions you ask. And to be honest with you, we're still asking questions today. But I think that questioning and that curiosity really drives what I do. So the healthcare system in Jamaica is very resource limited. And so what you find is for people with disability, so beyond MS as well, it could be stroke, it could be Parkinson's, it could be any long-term condition. There's no safety net. There is no safety net for assistance if someone needs assistance with personal care or activities of daily living. And so what you find is that family members and friends chip in quite a bit to help support people with disability. But within the UK system, and I suppose Europe, there is social services which offers some net for people with MS to support them. I know it's not perfect, but it's some assistance that they can get from it. So that's a distinct difference. But I think that questioning back then and now drives what I do in clinical research, but also in the services we provide for people with MS.
Yeah, I can totally relate to that because I, as a patient, I see a difference in the healthcare system in Austria and also in Nicaragua and Guatemala, where I was living for a long time. And indeed, for the Latin American culture, we rely a lot on our families. And as Natalie was mentioning yesterday, we don't talk about conditions or diseases. So that's very interesting that you're bringing this up. And you are focusing now on making clinical practice more inclusive. Is there anything, or is there any actual projects that you're involved and you want to share with us how you are making them more inclusive and what you've learned from them?
So, when we talk about inclusivity, one of the things that we need to be mindful of is who are the people that we're seeing in our routine clinical care. We see a wide range of people, wide range of age ranges, various race and ethnicity, and they're at various stage in terms of their MS journey as well. And so when we talk about inclusivity, what we want really is to ensure that every person with MS have equitable access to services. So it could be equitable access in terms of, disease-modifying therapies, equitable access in terms of services, rehabilitation services, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, the entire multidisciplinary team. And what we've done and what we find out from our patient group is that often people are just not aware of what's available for them. We think those services are there, but there is some mismatch between what we think is there and what people can access or being aware of accessing. So one of the things that we've done, we've created a document that we call the BATS MS Navigator. And it's really for all our patients, especially people who are new, newly diagnosed, new to the team. And the key thing with that document is that it tells people just basic information about what is MS, some of the symptoms that people with MS might experience, and crucially, who is on their team, their medical team, beyond their neurologists. So all the allied health, the nurses, if they are going to have infusion, how to prepare for it, where the infusion unit is. It's simple things, but people are just not aware that all these things are available. And the key thing, I think, is also being aware of what's expected of them when they come under our care and what's expected of us. So they hold us accountable as well. So we share that information widely. We've put it on our website at the hospital. And what we've done, because people said they weren't aware of some of the clinical trials we were doing, we've pulled that information from that document onto our main hospital website so they can see all the clinical trials that we're working on, and they can also, if they're interested in it, there's a contact of who to contact if they're interested.
Yeah, that's wonderful. To my first points that I made at the beginning of this presentation, how are you addressing minority groups? Because you're saying you're putting the information out there, but yesterday we heard from Natalie, she doesn't really know how MS is affecting Black people. So how are you taking into consideration minority groups, and how are you making this information for them available and appealing so that they are made they are aware that is existing, and also that they feel represented by the information that you're giving out?
Yeah, I think, it's understanding what some of the barriers and what some of the limitations are in terms of accessing clinical trials or being aware. So being aware is really a huge thing. We really take it for granted. But I think we really, as a community, need to not only make our patients be aware of what's available to them, but I think awareness in the general population as well. I just off the track, MND, 2 years ago, they started this massive campaign in the UK, and it's working really well, I believe, because the ordinary person knows what MND is. I think MS can take a similar approach as well, raising the awareness, not only the written information, but also using a range of information in terms of media, videos, animations, just kind of mixing it up. I think we use a lot of written information. We know as well, in terms of awareness, there's an issue around language barriers. So if that's the case, you have to know your population, know the top 3 languages that your services offer or that people speak in your local catchment. If you know your population, then you know how to actually target them.
Yeah.
I find PPIE work very important as well, so patient and public involvement and engagement. I think this is the cornerstone of making people, making people aware of what we're doing, but inviting them into the process as well. So I think there is a lot of work that can be done around that.
I have so many questions in this regard. First of all, coming back to the language barrier, this is something that I have observed in Austria. Like, I'm living in Vienna, and it's become very international, and there's a big population of migrant people and people from different ethnicities. However, I feel that we are only kind of providing information in German, but this doesn't mean that it's kind of coming through the other population living with MS. And this is something that I've been speaking about openly and saying, shouldn't we be thinking about the majority of the population that is also affected by MS, not necessarily from Austria, but living in Austria, who also need to have access to treatment, need to be aware of their situation. So I think language barriers are definitely something that we need to be focusing more.
And just a point on that as well. So I believe that, if we know our population and we know the people who we are trying to reach, we need to have, as we do here, translation services and interpretation services. And I believe that if we're going to include people who speak a different language into our research, it's our ethical duty to ensure that we're providing information in a way that they can be fully informed about the research that they're going to participate in.
Definitely, I agree with you. Coming back to clinical trials and research, how are you building trust in the community? Because I mentioned earlier, some of them are not participating because they lack awareness of it, but also because they are kind of afraid of it. They don't know what it's going to do to them, especially when you're in a vulnerable situation, like a person with migrational background, a person who doesn't speak the language, a person who flew the country, coming into a new country. How are you making aware of clinical trials and building trust in the community?
That's a good question. So building trust is quite huge. And if we think about trust, think about your own relationships. In order to build trust, it takes time. We build trust through our interactions with people over a period of time. And what I find is that when you have a rapport with your patients, they will say a lot more than they would not, that they probably wouldn't necessarily say if they're not used to you. So I think building trust is quite huge. What I will say is that when it comes on to clinical trials, people don't like to touch this topic because it's highly sensitive, I think building trust starts with, for example, we have to acknowledge that historically people have been harmed, especially people from Black heritage backgrounds have been harmed by the research process. That's a narrative. It happened. We need to acknowledge that it happens. I think a lot of researchers don't like to touch it because it's something in the past that's it wasn't good, right? But I think we need to just say it happened, but add to that conversation, because what our patients want is for us to be open and honest and transparent. So how I deal with that question when it comes to me, I say it has happened, but now there are processes and policies in place to reduce the likelihood, notice my terminology, reduce the likelihood of it happening now and in the future. And I move that conversation on to say as well, for example, there's the ethics committee, we have trial steering committees, there are data monitoring committees. These are all there to hold researchers accountable, to help us to really ensure that we are ensuring the welfare of people when they come onto our clinical trials. So we don't shy away from that conversation. We tackle it head on, and that's how I deal with it. But the other thing with building trust, again, I come back to the point of patient involvement and engagement. I think we have to engage the community. It's like what you're doing here in this conference. We have a mixture of people living with the condition, people supporting with the others with the condition, healthcare professionals. We have to engage the community. I think that's standard, and it will help to build trust. The other thing I will say around that, we engage in a way that's meaningful, not tokenistic. Patients can tell if we're being tokenistic in the sense that it's a tick box exercise, because we know a lot of public funded people are asking for the DEI plan, and it's a tick box for researchers to say, yep, we've done it. But what we need to do is make sure that it's meaningful engagement, engage with the trusted people in the community, engage with patient advocates like yourselves. We heard the story from Natalie yesterday as well. She shared her experience and her organization that came out of that. I think we have to engage with them more widely at grassroots level as well. The other thing, just one last point, I know you're quite keen to move on, but I think it's very important, this building trust, because I think it will help representation moving forward. And it's around making our communication more inclusive. So, make it more welcoming. So, for example, rather than saying non-compliant, you say non-adherent. Rather than saying things like wheelchair bound, you can say wheelchair user. I think that language does help at some level, but bearing in mind that language change and it evolves, and people don't like to be put in categories, but I think it will help to build trust.
No, I totally agree with you. And to me, representation and communication goes hand in hand. I would like to share an experience with you now. When I was first diagnosed with MS, I joined several workshops on MS just to understand, as a newly diagnosed patient, what it meant for me, what it did to me. And I remember one presentation given by an expert person in Austria, showing us a mappa mundi, and he was saying, okay, there's 2.8 million people living with MS, and most of them are located in industrial countries. There was this mappa mundi showing that MS was mostly affecting people in Europe, some people in the US, and the part of Latin America from Mexico down was completely blank. And he was saying, there's no MS in Latin America. And I'm sitting there as a living proof that this is not true. And I'm like, how come MS only exists in industrial countries? It's I don't know that MS, I didn't know that MS respected barriers and that much. So he's just like, MS is just like, that's not an industrial country, I'm not going there. So for me, the way that we're communicating this to patients and also with other researchers and with other people involved in the community is very important. Because I didn't see myself represented there, and I didn't want to get involved in this conversation anymore. So that for me is very important, and I feel that coming back to the data, it's not that there's no MS in Latin America, it's just that there's no data around it, or too little data that it doesn't really is evidence for it, or people are not taking it as evident. So from your perspective, what are some core reasons for that? Why are we communicating this and kind of leaving out other countries and minority groups?
Yeah. So I'm from Jamaica, and as I said to you, that's where my journey started with MS. I know that there are people in the Caribbean with MS, but as you say, that data isn't there. So for example, in Jamaica, I know that our health system, we're still paper-based. It's not electronic. You can't just go pull information on diagnosis. It doesn't exist. I think they're working to improve that, but until then, we probably will not know. But I've seen them, even now, when I go home, I see people with MS, so I know that they're there. But underrepresentation, it's interesting, and you mentioned earlier in your introductory talk around the evidence base. Our evidence base is limited. And if our clinical research is not inclusive, then it means that we're not there if you're from a diverse background, because it's limited. So the paper that you mentioned, it was a systematic review looking at non-white people enrolled in clinical trials. And this was over decades. And if you look at that paper in more detail, what it shows as well, that the number of non-white people who were enrolled, and this is specific to DMT trials, it was around just over 6% over decades. Okay, so that's DMTs. What's going on in rehab studies? I did have a look. So with rehab studies, they did a recent scoping review as well, and they looked at, I think, over 200 studies, and what they found was just 9% or just over 9% reported on race and ethnicity. So if that's the case, it means or the data that we're pulling from is limited. Yeah. We can't, if we're using that information to drive policy, if we're using that information to change practice, it's limited because we're not represented fully in there. But to your question around underrepresentation as well, I think it goes back to who is missing. Who are the people that's missing from from the data that we have? And we know it's people who have been historically marginalized in society. We know that it's people who are from minoritized backgrounds, older people with MS, yeah. People with advanced MS, so people who require a walking aid, for example, or wheelchair users. We know that people with comorbidities are missing, and people for whom language is a barrier is missing, and socioeconomic. So yeah. Quite a wide range of people, I think, is missing.
When we talk about diversity, we often think about ethnicity, and diversity is just a big spectrum, so I wouldn't just pin it down to one factor. Coming back to your current work, how do you feel, or how do you see inclusive research being done well, from recruitment to execution? What is your experience in that?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think we're all learning, and I think we're all on a journey, learning how to do it and how to do it well. I will just highlight again, I know I talk a lot about PPIE, but I think if we are trying to improve the outcomes of our patients, you know, and if we're trying to be more confident in our discussions with what in terms of, you know, therapies for our patients, I think it's important to get it right. And I think having patients involved in what we're doing is actually the cornerstone of this. I think we also need to be mindful of and be aware of some of the cultural sensitivities. So we touched on a little bit of that yesterday around the stigmas associated, or just talking about disability as a whole. But I think how we do it well is to include the people, ensure that if people require translation services, it is there. I'm going to point you, though, to a really good document. It's called the NIHR Include Toolkit. So NIHR is a National Institute of Health Research in the UK, and they've recently published this document, which is really a roadmap for researchers to really help them to stop, sense check at different points. So from the point of conception, so thinking about the study, writing the protocol, all the way through to dissemination. Yeah. They ask critical questions for researchers to think, am I unintentionally excluding people from my research? And so it's a nice document. It was written with patient engagement as well. So patient, the public, policymakers, industrial partners, they were all part of this. And the sole aim is to help us to recruit, but not only recruit, but to retain people who are often excluded from our clinical trials.
Yeah. So to me, what I'm hearing here is that inclusion and diversity is a shared responsibility.
It is.
From like when we communicate the clinical research or the clinical trials to kind of bring in patients and working together with patients to be more inclusive in what we're doing. I have to be mindful of the time, of course. So I have one last question for you. Is there anything you're currently working on that is particularly exciting for you in regards to this, to inclusion and diversity?
So we work on a lot of projects where I'm based. So at the moment, there is a Chariot MS clinical trial. So this trial is a UK-led trial. It's led by Professor Klaus Schmerer, who is the chief investigator of this trial. I'll just highlight a few things about this trial. It's unique in the sense that there's no upper age limit to be enrolled on this trial. Yesterday we heard that often the age is restricted, so there's no upper age limit in this clinical trial. The other thing is it's geared at people who are EDSS 6.5 to 8.5, so it includes people who are using a walking aid and also wheelchair users. And the other key is it's accessible. So by that, you know, people who are living in rural areas or underserved areas can participate in clinical research as well.
That is so important, right? Because we are just talking about ethnic minorities and the people from the Black community or the Latin American community, but there are some other factors that we don't have the time to discuss. Also, when it comes to accessibility, what is accessibility? How are people reading this? People who suffer from optic neuritis that cannot read this, we need to make them accessible also for them, right? So this is another topic when it comes to diversity and inclusion that we might discuss in the next time.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you so much for this interview. For me, it was very inspiring, motivating, and also I'm very happy to see that there's progress being made in the spectrum of diversity and inclusion. So I'm giving the floor back to Bettina.
It has been absolutely excellent, and I realize I have no question for you because it's been so not only exhaustive but very, very clear. The more you study, the more you know. We know that the theme of underrepresentation is there. There are D&I plan. But what does that mean in the practice? Who's missing and how do we get to them? What are the blind spots that we need to overcome? Beautiful language and languages. I really liked it. And now's the time for you to ask your questions to Andrea and to Tanya, to both of you. So please go ahead and I'll have a sit and sit with you and wait. So who has questions for us? Aliki, can you say, I know most of people know you, but say who you are, where you're from, and then ask your question, please.
I'm Aliki Vrieniu, from Greece, from the Hellenic Federation of Persons with Multiple Sclerosis, and having multiple sclerosis myself. Just a remark about what you talked about. There is a perception, prejudice. I also went through this because I was diagnosed in Sweden. But when I had my first attack and I was hospitalized, they were looking for anything else but MS. They thought it was a brain tumor, things like that. But they told me that you might not have MS because it is not something very usual from the area you are coming from Greece. There was this belief that people with living in Mediterranean area, they don't really get affected by MS. And they found that I had thalassemia minor, and they told me, oh, don't worry, it's not very important because it's very, very used. I mean, people in your country have it very often, so it's not a big deal.
Wow. Andrea, would you like to say one word on it?
Yeah, you know, it goes back to our evidence base. And as I said, it's our evidence base that's actually limited. And we're finding that even though the perception at the time, based on the evidence, was saying it's people who are in more North American countries, temperate climates, not really so much in the tropics, but they're actually there. So I think it's a limitation of our evidence. Just to go back to your point, I think we need to even go beyond that to training, you know, training the doctors who are coming in to say things have changed over the years and to update the evidence from that level coming straight up, because unfortunately I do hear a lot of stories like that.
What else do we have? Can I ask one? What about children?
Yeah. Yeah.
So we know that we know too little.
Yeah.
We can't put them into clinical trials. So how does that work?
Yeah. So my service is predominantly adult service, but we do know in the UK there are approximately 200 children diagnosed with MS at the moment, and it's something untapped. I think we can create trials for children, but in a sensitive way, of course, in how we do it to make sure the ethics are in place for younger trials. But I've seen it happen in other conditions, so I'm pretty sure we can do it in MS as well, but I don't work with that patient group.
But thank you still for answering it, because it's true that it's such a big issue when it's there and we know so little. Thank you very much. What else do we have for Andrea and Tanya before we move on? A big round of applause then?
Thank you so much.
No, both.
What? Ah. We're done. Okay.
From all of us, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Now, we are actually on time and absolutely spot on time. So thank you for that as well, Tanya and Andrea. Now, this is about looking at where we are and looking into the future in terms of preventing where our own MS goes, preventing MS, and looking what can be done in the future. And now we have a panel on the future vision of MS prevention and management. It will be moderated by wonderful Jana Havlakova, who most of you know. Jana is one of the most capable persons I know and one of the most modest people I know. And I said, how should I introduce you? No, not needed. So I'm just supporting. So Jana, please come. Jana used to be the interim CEO when Elizabeth took a sabbatical a while ago, so you stepped into what I had been doing some years ago, actually. And Jana works for the Czech Ministry of Health as a policy expert, so there's a lot of work for people behind the scenes. An applause to Jana, and you will afterwards introduce the panel with Anne Helme, Juana Costa, and Pascal Ruffi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bettina. It is a real pleasure for me, and I always say Bettina is one of my true role models in how to live quality life with MS and be a woman on power as well. So thank you so much. Well, let me start with one personal note. We will be looking into future. And for me, my experience with MS always aligned future with the word fear. Actually, definitely in the first years of my diagnosis, I haven't been able to look in the future, with MS being the progressive disease that brings burden to your life and the uncertainty, what will happen next. So the good thing was I started to live more the carpe diem style, not like enjoying the days, but in the same time that has a real effect on my life, not being able to plan. I just was too afraid to look how my life will look. Will I ever be able to afford myself this thought of how the future would look like? So the more happy I am to guide you through this excellent panel that will look into the latest advancement. Because when there is a fear, there is always something that can tackle it. Like it's the knowledge, it's the science, it's the technological advancement, something that can really, we are not speaking about the future in a spaceship, like that will, we are speaking about the very close future that may affect our lives. So in this session, we will be looking into the advancements in the management of MS.
the new approaches to the treatment, we will also look into something that is like a buzzword but can have a real effect, the AI and emerging technologies and its effect on the disease management. Also the advancement to patients, but the healthcare professionals that are helping us alike. And last but not least, brain health and how to lead a good life and good quality long-term as well. So it's my real pleasure, and I will be calling you one by one to the stage, if it's possible, our great panelists. So first, please welcome Anne Halm, who is the Head of Research and Access at MSIF. Then we have Juan Acosta, a neurologist and a global medical lead for multiple sclerosis at Roche. And Pascal Rouffy, a global neurology medical director at Sanofi. Such a pleasure to have you here. And I will start with the questions to all of you. It is, what does the future of MS care looks like for you for the next 5 to 10 years? So what are the hopes that you can talk about, like to tackle this sometimes worrisome future?
Thank you, Jana. So for me, what I hope is that we see more people getting diagnosed accurately and promptly with MS. So thanks to things like the improvements in the diagnostic criteria for MS, and hopefully as well better accessibility of all of the tests and equipment that are needed for that diagnosis of MS, and also all the related disorders, so that we can really accurately say what is MS and then give people the right treatments that they need. So I also think that we will see new treatments coming available, but also better accessibility of those treatments as well. And I also think that thanks to all of the work of the different patient organizations around the world in supporting people with MS, we will see that people with MS have the confidence to have those really good quality conversations with their healthcare professionals, being able to explain what matters most to them and what their needs are, and then coming up with health and management and lifestyle plans that are really going to make a difference for them for their future lives. And also, because we've been talking about prevention, that we will see that the MS community comes together to decide what to focus on in terms of preventing MS, and that so we'll see progress in that area too.
Thank you. That is very encouraging for me. Juan, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's a lot. I think that, you know, when we look at what is to come for MS, I always like to look at what was before. I happened to train into neurology when only one DMT was available, and when you say looking into the future, and when I have the opportunity to now being in the future and see how things have changed, I think there is a lot of hope ahead of us. So I think that we have great opportunities. We have opportunities not only to address the disease like we have and be able to stop most of these inflammatory component, but also we have the ability to continue to develop things that will help us to try to reverse the condition, or at least to help recover some of the functions that has been lost, and we'll talk about those in a little bit later. But these are the things. And finally, obviously, the title of this conference is the Prevent. What can we do to truly understand the disease, to understand the biology, to understand the mechanisms by which the disease manifests, so we can purposely and appropriately tackle the disease where it needs the most. So I think that there are great hopes ahead. As I said before, being in the past and looking now at the future, I think we have a lot to hope for.
That is awesome. I'm so glad it's coming from you. Pascal, what about you?
So good morning. My pleasure being here with you all at EMSP annual conference. I agree completely with what Anne and Juan said. I think my view is really definitely that the most important thing, I think, is the patient voice in the coming years. Yeah, I think we have really to see, and this is why we are all here, and I can feel this in this room, that in the coming years, 5 to 10 years, as you said, I think the patient voice will be much more important, will be a patient integrated engagement in everything we do, in everything that is done, and I think this is what we see in our plans, clinical plans, everything. The patient has really, people with MS has a very important role to play, and this will be much more important. This is, I think, the first point. And the second one, as Juan said, I think we have seen yesterday with Dr. Adrova how things have changed over the last years in terms of disease-modifying therapies. I think there are new ways to look about the disease. We are better understanding the mechanism inside the brain, and I think new disease-modifying therapies in the coming years will be something really important for people with MS, I'm sure, and also targeting really real unmet needs. There are many unmet needs we have seen yesterday as well, symptoms, symptomatology, and I would say that the future is also a bit, I know Juan, you will speak about this, artificial intelligence is something probably that would be also important. I think yesterday it was Luigi that spoke about artificial intelligence and also new biomarkers, the way to look about new endpoints, because currently we are relying on EDSS or MSFC. Probably in the future, there will be new way to look and to track disability progression, disease progression.
Oh, thank you so much. And it's true, I'm quite happy that some things, like the neuro restoration, and that they are becoming more tangible now. It's not like a dream that we look forward to, but a really tangible outcome, but because we really, really need this to happen. And you have been speaking about the unmet needs. Let's dive a little bit more into like my personal scarecrow, but very important thing, how to tackle the disease progression. And I will come to Anne, like from the patient's perspective. What are the gaps that the patient feel, and maybe what are also the expectations that you come across the most?
Thank you, Jana. So I think your personal perspective, I think, resonates with a lot of people with MS, that uncertainty about the future, not being able to predict how the disease will change and develop over time. And then I suppose thinking about it from the research perspective, as an MS community, we're lucky that we have the International Progressive MS Alliance, which is really focused on trying to target some of these gaps in knowledge, that better understanding of what is happening biologically in terms of that process of progression in MS, how we can actually measure it through all different types of biomarkers, and also how do we really support people with other types of not just developing new types of disease-modifying therapies, but also the symptomatic and rehabilitation therapies as well that are so essential for people who are at a more progressed stage of MS. So there is more to do, undoubtedly, but we are continuing to see progress in that area. But the other thing that I think from my perspective as working in MSIF, where I can take a bird's eye and global view of those unmet needs, tends to be around the access to the diagnostics and treatment and care. And what I would really like to see is how can we use the best research to try and tackle some of those challenges? How can we develop maybe cheaper diagnostics so that people have access no matter where they are in the world? And medicines and therapies that will really be accessible and effective in low resource settings that don't have the types of healthcare systems that are available in other parts of the world.
So looking into the research, you have spoken about the MS Progressive Alliance and what is out there. Juan, what it is that we can look forward to? What is there?
Yeah, I think that it's a very good point what you just made. I think that we need to listen to the patients. That's a fundamental component that we can bring things that provide solutions. And I think that in one way, we look at the disease itself, we look at the biology of the disease. That's why we have been able to come up with therapies and are going to continue to develop therapies that really target the biology of the disease, what causes the disease. But at the same time, we need to be cautious of all the symptoms that we saw yesterday that are a huge unmet need in many of the patients, and also for you to voice, how much is this actually impacting your quality of life, your daily life. Now, from the research perspective, the way that we look at this is that we were able to very effectively address the inflammation, the inflammatory component, that what I call the burning in the brain that has to be tackled very quickly, and we have very effective ways to do now. In addition to that, what we have to see is, okay, now that we are able to stop that burning there, what can we do to avoid that other mechanisms continue to progress in the brain and actually progress the disease? And at the same time, if something was burned, can we actually recover some of that? And that's what we call and you can hear many different ways that's called, you will hear the remyelination, the neurorestoration, etc. I think that the idea is, can we have therapy? And we have tried many already, and they have failed, but that doesn't deter us from continuous trying to bring forward treatment that can address this component of recovery of function. And then on PREVENT, we are better understanding the biology. We're looking at, you probably have heard, the EBV, the Epstein-Barr virus, the virus that could actually be a trigger. So how can we address that? Can we use in the future vaccination to help us to address that? And more recently, we also have addressed, and these are therapies that are actually hopefully coming to market, that are addressing the immune system not only in the periphery, in the blood, but also that can go into the brain. I just want to be clear too, is that we have something, I think Luigi mentioned yesterday, the blood-brain barrier, and that is a fantastic thing to have. It really keeps our brain separated from the rest of the body. But it's also a karma, because then you can't get therapy into the brain the way you would like. So there are other therapies that we're developing as well to try to basically create a shuttle that allows molecules to actually go into the brain, because we can go effectively. So a lot to look forward to, and I think that we will have opportunities to see how that continues to pan out in the future.
Oh, that is really wonderful. I've always been told that, now, luckily, we have some therapies to, first of all, tackle the inflammation. But usually people said, yeah, but there is another process, the neurodegeneration, and there is a little we can do about it. And I said, so what about the people that, or any one of us here in this room, like to tackle this process that is ongoing? And I always hear MS never sleeps. So like these are very hopeful words, and if you put the restoration into the picture, that is amazing. And also thank you for the comment on involving patients. That means listening to patients and making sure that what is important to patients is addressed by research. That's very important as well. That is really meaningful. Pascal, can I ask you for your comment? Do you want to comment on this?
I think you're right that we are looking now beyond the acute inflammation processes, and with the new possibilities of new disease-modifying therapies, definitely the chronic smoldering neuroinflammation in the brain is something that is really starting early in the process of MS at a very early stage, and having potentially new products that could target this smoldering neuroinflammatory process in the brain is critical to go beyond, as you said, going beyond inflammation in the periphery. And your first question was about definitely the future. We can hope, of course, that we are going with new products, new disease-modifying therapies, more effective, hopefully, for all the people with MS. There are also new initiatives, with CAR T-cell therapies. There are new ways to look about this disease with new molecules. And I think really, we are really pushing for this, having new products with different activities in the brain, then not only outside the brain. We heard also yesterday about EBV. I think EBV is really a big focus at the moment. There are strategies in place, so we think about new strategies to target EBV. There are vaccine studies currently that are developed. There are also antiviral therapies against EBVs, and I think there are a nice form behind. There is the Behind MS project. There are a lot of initiatives now really trying to find molecules to target EBV. And we know that EBV is very much involved in the pathogenesis of MS. So I think this is also something that is important to follow.
Mm-hmm. And the progression. So you think there are things now to halt the progression, to slow it, to stop it even?
Yes, we have drugs that have now are available currently for you, for people with MS that are, I think, really, having a positive effect on disability progression. And as you mentioned, I think disability progression is really one of the important targets beyond relapses. We have, of course, thought about relapses in the past in our clinical trials, but we need to go beyond relapses, and especially the long-term commitment of the effect of disease-modifying therapies on disability progression. So we can, of course, I think with the new kind of products, delay disease progression. We have also sometimes some improvement of disability progression, but of course the ultimate goal is to halt completely disability progression. This is what everybody is looking for. So,
yeah, thank you for this. And now looking into what we as patients can do, like how can we take active role, because what you're saying seems quite complicated. I'm looking to Anne now, like how do you think what patient can do, how to inform ourselves, how to lead the conversation with the doctor, gain the confidence so we can, touch these great advancements?
Yes, as you say, it's the power of information. And if you feel like you are informed about what MS is, what is the latest scientific understanding of MS, and also information about what are you entitled to in terms of your access to healthcare and therapies in your own country, I think that kind of gives a lot of confidence when you go into those conversations with your healthcare professionals. And this is where patient organizations have such a crucial role in providing that information about what is available in your specific country, but providing that information in a reliable and accurate way that, as in the previous conversation with Tanya and Andrea, that information has to be accessible and it has to be in the language that people speak. So that, yes, that you can feel confident that you really have that understanding. So I mentioned about having the knowledge about what is available in your own country, but also how to navigate the complex healthcare system within your country, to understand the roles of all the different healthcare professionals that may be involved in your treatment, to understand things like reimbursement, insurance systems, whatever it might be in your own country. So some patient organizations have really great navigator programs and people that can help you find your way through. But we were also talking about that understanding of the latest science and research in accessible terms. And these are also things that patient organizations have such a crucial role in breaking down the complexity of science into a way that can be understandable. And also we have some brilliant patient ambassadors, and we heard from Nila yesterday and what she does in terms of bringing science to people with MS through her podcasts. So these are also really good people to follow and to listen to so that you can be informed. And as well as the national patient organizations in your own country, we also have the umbrella and overarching organizations like EMSP, like the MS International Federation, that bring together these resources for people with MS in multiple languages. And so those are really good kind of hubs of information that anybody can access as well.
Oh, this is amazing. And this is like why we are here. Like by getting this information, we empower ourselves and individuals, but also most of us in here are patient representatives, patient advocates, and making sure that these messages will come to the respective patients in our countries as well. Just to finish this block, I have one thought in my mind. If you would like to change something about the current setting as it is now, one thing, what would it be?
Me first?
Yeah, if you want, definitely.
Yeah. So it's actually something, again, that Andrea mentioned earlier. What I would change is getting equitable access to MS healthcare. I would like to see that the best practice in MS healthcare that we see in pockets within various countries around the world, that spreads everywhere, so that we get a reduction in health inequity, and that we see people with MS right now getting access to the best healthcare and the newest innovations wherever they happen to live in the world.
Wonderful. Juan?
You know, I had the opportunity to listen to the meeting yesterday and hear the patients speak, etc., and it brought the reinforcements in my mind that you are all unique. The important things that I feel that will be great if I have, this was a magic wand, I can move it, is really that we meet the patients where they're at, and we provide the treatment is the best for that patient at the time that we meet them. We have created a way to classify MS, and you hear patients, so I have RRMS, I have SPMS, and PPMS, and that artificial has made us think that we are all equal, and there is a lot of factors that are different that I think are important in the efficacy of the treatment and the success for you to get better and for you to go back to yourself. And I think that, to me, that's will be the important thing, is that I can identify and give the patient the right treatment at the right time so they don't have to go through this progression of disease earlier.
That sounds very good. Thank you. Pascal?
I think the most important thing for me is really to make sure that the patient can have a real, I think, power to decide also on the best approach in terms of disease-modifying therapies. And the best, I think, if we could change probably the communication between the HCP and the people with MS to make sure that there is an important voice of the patient to have the best access to the product, to the disease-modifying therapies, and to have access to the managed care plans in the ideal way, I think, to make sure that to have to treat the disease. I think so really the hope to be really very close to the managed care plans and to the way they manage their disease. So communicating with the HCPs in an optimized way with the new tools that probably we'll have in the future as well. New tools to be able for the patient to communicate on real time about the disease and to make the appropriate decision. That means mainly personalized approach and holistic approach of the disease with the HCPs together.
Oh, that would really look great. Like there is a long way that we already went, but we see there are a lot of gaps to fill. And I will catch you on this last point that you made, moving to the topic of the advancement in the digital sphere and the AI. Like where do you see actually AI and the innovative digital solutions in here? And will I start with Pascal or is it Juan? Yeah? I know that this is, actually there are so many things.
I can do the digital. You're on the AI, okay?
I could spend the whole day talking about AI. So
Yeah.
I do the digital.
Well, I'm gonna be the one, so if you fall asleep, let me know. I'm a passionate of technology, and I've been in neurology for more than 25 years, and from 25 years ago, I was actually a user of technology because I understood how much good can bring to the patients. I was going to mention primarily on the MRI component because this is the imaging. There is a lot of different areas where we can talk, and I'm happy to answer questions about that. But in MRI and the neurologists that are in the group, remember this, we used to pull the imaging and put in one next to another, right? And we will say, oh, your brain MRI looks fine. And I think that many patients say, but I'm actually getting worse. What do you mean by, it looks fine? Yeah, I don't see much here. This looks essentially the same size. Nowadays, fast forward, we not only have the imaging in electronic format, which allow us to do a lot of manipulations to look at what we need to look at, but also we have technology that actually can read and measure a lot of things for us and then provide a final report that give us an idea of what is happening actually in the brain. So are the lesions growing? Are the lesions changing? Are the images becoming more prominent? Do we have more atrophy, or are we losing brain faster than what we do with aging? So there is a lot of elements actually that we can use in the imaging technology department that help us to explain to the patient better how is this actually relating to the disease itself and where we are, what do we see. Now, we yesterday have a wonderful talk about biomarkers. There is a lot of things that we can do, and this is what I said before, the personalization of care requires that we truly understand what all these things mean. We can't just say everybody falls in the same bucket. And it's very important that we're very careful as well how we implement it. But MRI has been one of the things that I have seen in my life as a neurologist to actually change significantly in the way that we can actually interpret and how it can help us actually to see where the things are going. Mm-hmm. I think AI in the future will allow, by nurturing the information into the system, to actually even predict, based on the changes that have occurred here, this is what we expected to see 2 or 3 years from now. I think that we'll get there when we have the proper data. And going back to what you mentioned before, right, Anya, in the terms of equity, that's why it's so important that we get everybody, because an MRI on a Caucasian person is not going to tell you the same that it will be in a black person. So these are the things that why it's so important how we use the technology.
Oh, that is great.
Yep.
Pascal.
So digital biomarkers, I think we can see a shift recently about the development of digital biomarkers. Digital biomarkers can be diagnostic tools or ultimately predictive tools. And there are programs in place at every institution now. I think in a big institution, MS specialists are trying to develop their digital biomarker in-house, but there are also strong partnerships at the moment with digital biomarker companies that have developed some tools. Of course, ultimately, the goal is to have tools that can be able to detect early disease progression much earlier than EDSS or MSFC components. So we know that those tools mentioned by Juan are detecting on real time, the disease. So I think there are validation studies in place with different companies, digital biomarkers. There are workshops also by, for example, the Progressive MS Alliance. There are workshops definitely dedicated to digital biomarker. So we can see there is an advance in this field with the help of the patient, of course, because this can be done only with the patient. The patient has to feel either actively having their iPhone, having some digital app where you have a test that are similar to SDMT, similar, you have gait analysis, etc. This is more active monitoring solution for the patient, and we can track, and mentioned by Juan, you can see the results on a dashboard. Or you have passive monitoring solution, that means the patient has just to wear some sensors, and this is detecting real time also, for example, gait, or other parameters like walking distance, etc. And this is very important because ultimately the future would be, but we are not there yet, as you mentioned, Yana, is to have digital endpoints recognized by health authorities and to replace ultimately the classical endpoints. But for that, we need to prove that there is a similarity between these digital endpoints and the clinical endpoint like EDSS. But I think it's moving. It's moving in the future.
That is very good, because I have to tell you that the passive monitoring of something that never sleeps, MS, for me, for example, is very important in a way, and you might be quite amused by, I'm quite a hypochondriac, and for example, when I moved to Belgium, I started living there, working there, using more languages, and I was like, I feel my brain is not functioning well. I think I'm forgetting things, I feel overwhelmed. Is this, the disease progression? Or sometimes I'm just checking myself, doing this neurological test. It's like, so is it there, is it not? And then I consulted with my neurologist and said, so, is there something I can do about it? Can I have a cognitive test? I would like to really know. And she was like, yeah, you kind of moved on, you're kind of busy. Maybe it's kind of normal. Give it some more month and it will be okay. And it was, luckily. But, it's really something that is happening beneath you, and you are trying to make sense of it. And these are the things that I would be so willing to download to my phone to be able to use it. And your MSIF is working and is doing a great deal, actually, luckily, in this topic too. Can you tell us, what are the views of the patients, and also, what is MSIF doing in this field?
Yes, so I've been lucky to have some conversations, and I'm not going to speak on behalf of all people with MS, but with the group that we work with as part of the Global Patient-Reported Outcomes Initiative, which is a big program that MSIF co-leads with the European Charcot Foundation, but actually most of the work is done by the Italian MS Society, and we are very grateful for them for all the leadership that they show in that. So before I talk more specifically about some of the digital biomarkers, first, I think it's important to say that people with MS are very clear that they want to see that AI being used in the clinic should complement what healthcare professionals do. They don't want to see it replacing healthcare professionals. That personal human interaction is very, very important. But I think there's a lot of optimism and excitement about the potential for digital technology. And the idea that if you can have this continual monitoring of symptoms over time, and again, that can be a very personal choice. For some people, you might not want to see the results of that continual monitoring over time if it could be showing that something is getting worse. So we have to really appreciate that there's not going to be a one-size-fits-all approach. Whatever technology we develop is going to need to be very flexible and responsive to the very individual needs of people with MS. But if we can combine all of these insights from the sort of passive sensor monitoring, from people maybe responding or entering data into an app, and through everything else that might be going on, sort of environmental sensors and so on, they could really come up and, applying AI to all of that data combined could really come up with some very useful and personalized insights. So what type of external factors make MS symptoms better or worse? And if you make lifestyle changes, how does that affect your MS symptoms, or, the progression of symptoms as well? So, yes, I think optimism and excitement with a little bit of caution as well.
Yes, because I have to say I'm very optimistic myself. I love data and what they can bring to patients, but the cautions is here very in place as well. Juan, I have to ask you, on behalf of patients, or myself actually, definitely, the AI has so much to offer. We hear the advancement has so much to offer, but also it's a very delicate area. Are there some issues concerning how a lot of people are a little bit afraid, there is a huge power in processing big amounts of data. What is it that we have to have an eye on?
Yeah, I always call to caution this, especially in new technologies. The AI, as you know, they are models that are trained with different things. So the responses of the model will depend how you train the model. So we have to be very careful because the model may not be representative of yourself as an individual and you're asking questions. So we need to be careful. And the replacements of doctors with AI, I've been saying always that in the future we have doctors who use AI to be better and to do better with the patients and to see more patients, because that's something is a reality now, versus doctor who decided not to do that. And I think that AI will help you, will guide you, but it's not a substitute for your doctor. And you know, I went through the transformation of using electronic medical records, and I can tell you patients were very unhappy because they felt when doctors started to use just electronic medical records, they were not looking at the patients. They were looking at the computers and their keyboards. So with AI, we have to avoid the process, right? It's not to go and say, oh, AI told me this. AI has concerns with the data. As you know, the privacy data, since you have to train the models, and this is patients' data to train the models, we have to make sure that we understand that very well. The accuracy of the data comes, you know, AI produces something we call hallucinations, is that the training of the system is there to give you an answer, no matter if it's true or not. So you have to be very careful with the outputs that comes when you ask the questions. But I think that you can also use it to help you to have better and more effective interactions when the time with your doctor is shorter. So we hear, oh, I only have 15 minutes to see my doctors. And it's not because the doctor doesn't want to see you longer. It's because the system doesn't allow you to do that. And I can tell you because I practice in 3 different continents. Majority of my practice was in the US, but I practice in Europe, I practice in Latin America. And I can tell you the systems are completely different and the patient's perceptions are completely different. So if you use AI, and last night I actually did that. I say, I'm a patient with this characteristic, I'm going to see my doctor, I'm having these symptoms. What should I ask the doctor to make sure that I get out of the conversation? And it gave you a series of questions that you can actually be prepared to bring to the doctor. Doctors don't like when you bring 50 pages print out to a 50. No, I'm telling you the truth because this is reality. And I understand the patients. Believe me, I sympathize a lot with the patients. But when you bring 50 pages, and this was on the era of Dr. Google, we call Dr. Google because patients will go and ask Google. And, you know, this is very important that you bring the quality of the questions that are going to give the answers that you need. So be prepared. That's where AI can play an important role among everything else where it could play an important role. But we have to be cautious as we move forward with this.
Yeah. Well, thinking about AI as well, actually it's true that what we need is a real conversation with our doctors, and that the doctors and healthcare professionals that work with us have really the ability and the time to spend what they are really there to do. So it's true in Czech Republic. I'm very happy that till recently I was seen by a doctor 4 times a year for 15.5 an hour actually, which is amazing. And now I see that, and I think it's a dream, really, in data collection. What I've heard from the other nationalities, this is such a wonderful thing. And now I see with the rising numbers of patients and all the trends that we see, like the aging of population, which means patients and doctors as well, and the funds being so restrained, I now see my doctor less and less. It's true. So maybe this is something that will help us gain more from that. And thinking about AI also, when we had the meeting we had a great meeting on the real data. Real data is something that is feeding into the mechanism, and it was always like something I envisioned, that we have the large piles of data about ourselves, about our lives, and now we have tools to process them, so that we can predict and lead to the more precise medicine, to giving the right medication to the right people at the same time. But we have come to an idea that also it means that the quality of data has to be good. And out of bias. Do you want, for example, Anne to comment on, how to ensure that we really get the most without these biases that can be there?
Yes, so as I think Juan mentioned, the importance of training any type of AI model, we have to be very aware of the data set that it is learning from. And I don't think there's an easy solution to this, because we've heard that there is a lack of data about so much of the population with MS, whether this is certain groups of people within countries or just a lack of data about some countries entirely. So we need, as a research community, we need to really try and, improve and widen our data collection and be very aware of where our gaps are and where that missing data is, so that we are not coming up with solutions that are just not going to meet the needs of certain parts of the population. But I think, as well as the concerns about that bias, on an individual level, from some of the conversations that I've had, there is concerns about, if you share your own personal data, there can be huge benefits in terms of that insights into your own condition, and it can help your healthcare professionals manage your condition better and make those good clinical decisions. But there are very valid concerns about, what if that data is then used maybe at a health systems level to decide whether you get access to certain therapies or treatments or not? What if there is something in your data that is misinterpreted and says, actually, you're doing better than we thought you were, so we're going to take away your access to some kinds of social security or benefits or the therapies that you did have access to. So these are things, this is why it's so important to continue to talk to our people with MS community and the people who will be kind of the end users of any of this technology, because otherwise there could be some unintended consequences that we're going to be finding ourselves with.
Yeah, we definitely have to have an eye on this. And I have to say, myself, sometimes I'm thinking, shall I say this? Will I lose the treatment if I say this? So it's really about the trust in the system that we have to obey as well. Do you want to comment?
But I think
Pascal?
to Anne's points, I think it's critically important to use AI connected to large database. You're right. I think registries, and I see Dr. Orakova in the room, you have registries, national registries or international registries, and using AI is a powerful tool to, if there is a specific questions to be asked, so versus what we have done in the past more manually. Using some algorithm is critical to answer one specific question related to MS. So I think using those databases is, I think, probably very important right now, and even more in the future. And you have large registries, international or national registries, is very important, I think. Yeah.
Thank you for this point. I see, do you want to comment?
I just wanted to add that, and this is why it's so important, the advocacy, is that there has to be some guardrails in terms of what you can do. Going to endpoints, I mean, this is something that has happened, right, where insurance companies look at your Fitbit data from a population in a particular area, and if you're not getting enough steps, that means that you're at higher risk for cardiovascular disease, and then they change the weight, the coverage. So these are things that have happened. So this is why it's so important that we have the proper guardrails when we improve and put forward all these technologies, and the advocacy for the patients to make sure that this is not used against is a fundamental component, how we can actually make this a successful trial.
And this would be a very great bridge. Pascal, you have been also now referring to Professor Horako, who will speak in the next panel about the registries and the real data. And I have to say, and I will say this always, that I'm so glad that my data is in the Czech registry, because it's marvelous thing you will do, and I will say no more. But I know the quality, I know that I can trust the data collection, and I see what effect it has on the care provided to me in terms of the reimbursement schemes and so on, and also the management. So thank you for this, and we will definitely come to this. The important point for me was like, let's collect, let's use it the methods we can, but let's assure the quality of the data, the equity of the data, leave no one behind. We need sometimes the data lack the information among women, not here, but elsewhere, about the minorities, people of different origin. And this is something, if we feed this to AI, we have to make sure that we have the right data to have the right conclusions for everyone, to make it equitable. And my next question for Anne actually is what it is that, how can we use the collaboration between the research, the pharma, the patients' organization to get more equitable care for patients?
I mean, I think it's a very basic level. It's the power of human interaction. If we have researchers, whether they are in academia or in industry, if we have researchers talking with people with MS, there is that realization that they are unique individuals, diverse, they all have very different needs. And I think it's that reminder that people with MS exist everywhere across the world. And that continual conversation and collaboration reminds us that any new research, any new innovations that develop must be accessible to everyone with MS, not just a lucky few who are in a few kind of lucky countries.
Thank you. And I will have to follow with the question that is like very dear to me. So what should we as patients do in driving the future research? What is our role, like in getting it forward to more equitable care? What is the patient's role in here? Maybe Juan, you can already comment.
You know, the first comment I want to make is that we are where we are today because thousands of patients decided to participate in these clinical studies that allow us to bring forward the treatments that you now have available. So this is, you know, a commitment that the patients have to be able to advance the science that we all now benefit from. So applause to the patients for that, the investigators that run these clinical trials. None of these things could happen without them. So I think to say what is the role of the patient is there is no patients, we have no way to move this forward. And I think that I no longer call patients in the studies subjects, I call them partners, right? They're partners with us to try to continue to bring forward the therapies that will be transformational for humanity. And that's how I say it. I think that we can do better. We can bring patients that also are diverse, and we tried, and we've been working on that to address minorities representation on the clinical trial for multiple sclerosis. But there are a lot of things that without the patient, we couldn't do absolutely anything. So you have a fundamental role, influence on how the study is designed, what are the things that we want to treat, what are the things that are needed for the patients, and help us actually to build the things that are going to be meaningful.
Thank you. I like the word partners. It's empowering to me very well. What are your thoughts, Pascal, about the role of patients and patients' organizations in here?
Any innovation strategies, any innovation in terms of clinical programs or digital programs is with the patient, the help of the patient and the engagement of the patient in those initiatives. We cannot move forward without the patient engagement. So we need to integrate, as I said in the intro, every time the patient in any project, any innovative project, because then this is moving forward the way we look, we target MS, definitely.
And I see it happening. Thank you so much for this. Anne.
Yes, absolutely. People with MS have to be co-researchers and co-decision makers, particularly when we're talking about the development of these new digital tools and technology. when we are developing these new technology, people with MS need to be equal partners in those conversations, because otherwise we don't know that any new tool is going to work effectively or be acceptable to the users, as well as I mentioned before, avoiding any unintended consequences. So I think as the people with MS community, as patient organizations, we need to be very clear on what we want from any new technology, any artificial intelligence in the future of healthcare. And then we need to advocate for what we want and make sure that we have that strong voice in all of these conversations.
Thank you so much. So your voice, your time, now. Any questions? Any comments? Aliki, 1, 2, 3. I see you. Wonderful.
Hi again. I'm on this journey almost now. I calculated it's almost 30 years I live with MS, so I have a great experience. And when this journey started, we were at there were very few therapeutical choices. So that at that time it was easier to decide or to talk to the clinician and decide on which therapy we should start. And I was very lucky because every time I had to switch, there was a new drug coming into the market. But today, for instance, I feel also that there is a great hope for the future. It's a brilliant future. It's how I see it. I foresee it for myself. And it's have in mind that MS is like a fingerprint. It's different for each individual. So if in the whole world you say that there are 2,800,000, so there are 2,800,000 faces of MS. I wonder, now today there are more than 15 or 18 therapeutical choices. So I think that if I would have been diagnosed this year, it would be more difficult for me to navigate through all those available therapies and decide which would be, decide with my physician on which would be the better one for me, for instance. So in this context, we need the help of the physician, of the MS organizations to guide us with reliable information and with all the digital tools that will help us to better understand and be self-aware of our condition and go forward.
Lovely. Thank you so much for this comment. I will directly give the floor to the girl right there. Yes, you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Hello? Yeah. Okay, so hi, I'm Raluca from Prague. So my question would be about, you touched a little bit between the connection between EBV and obviously MS, but I wanted to know if there's any research regarding the connection between the varicella zoster virus and MS, because in my case, I had a varicella outbreak very late in life. I mean, not that late, but it was in my 20s, and then I developed zoster zone, and I can't really get myself to unlink from the, not see a link in between these two events in my life, because my first big relapse was after a zoster zone episode. So I'm asking this because I read a bit of research back in the day saying that there is a connection, and also regarding, for instance, the two situations that I know are Romania and Czech Republic, and I know that this varicella vaccine is optional in both countries, so not mandatory. And I even know that there's like varicella or chickenpox parties wanting to infect children to just get it early on. So I wanted to know, I reiterate the question about if there's any research regarding varicella, zoster virus, or other, let's say, herpes-related viruses, and the MS
I think the studies that are ongoing for the time being regarding EBV are more related to trying to find the appropriate vaccine. So really targeting, as you know, EBV is a virus a little bit complicated. It's not easy to find the different proteins. So you have to target the different proteins, and the virus is changing also rapidly. So I think it's difficult to find a vaccine. This is why we still don't have a really effective vaccine at the moment against EBV, but there are a lot of research on trying to find the appropriate vaccine. You know that companies like Moderna started, after the COVID-19 pandemic to develop vaccine, because with the mRNA technologies, they are trying to find appropriate vaccine to target EBV. So there are really vaccination studies dedicated, but purely against EBV virus. Of course, there are similarities sometimes of the different families, but I think currently the studies ongoing are really targeting EBV only, or antiviral therapies. You know also that some disease-modifying therapies have a kind of effect on EBV. So this is what we have seen during the COVID-19 pandemic, trying to see if different DMTs have also an antiviral effect. And we know that some products have an effect on EBV as well. The current disease-modifying therapies that are prescribed by the HCP to the patients. So I think the future is really to have the vaccine, in fact, to target the disease. So.
Just to quickly add, I think that the biology that has been put forward with the Epstein-Barr virus is not new. It's been going on for a while, basically, and trying to see how it's impacting the immune cells and how we can tackle that, because many of us has Epstein-Barr, many of us have, the varicella virus because we got it when we were kids and it's latent and we get zosters, etc. That's the vaccination that we tend to do with people where the immune system starts to go down. Remember, we talk about immunosenescence. As you get older, there may be factors that can reactivate this. Now, from the point of view, I'm not aware of any research specifically targeting varicella virus for MS treatment. I think that we're trying to move forward more than the treatment of MS in the prevention of MS, because the virus may be one of the factors, and I just said one of the factors because this is probably a multifactorial disease that is actually driving the MS presentation. So it's not people who have MS, what happened with the virus. This is early on. This is on the prevention phase that we were talking about before. But your point is very well taken, because all these viruses have something to do with the immune system. But I'm not aware of any research looking at the varicella so early on.
Thank you. Tanya, Janneke.
Thank you. Coming back to AI, a comment and a question. The comment is, I think that it's great that we're using AI to connect patients to the information that is out there, and I also think that it's that we can be using AI to kind of bridge this gap that we're talking about diversity, because this would make, for example, information available in different language. And I think that it's nice that we're training patients to consider AI for their own use. However, I know that it's going to take some time to train AI to kind of put information that is true. So how are we going to inform the patients or avoid that the patients get fake information around their condition, around their around MS, and how can we kind of work together to kind of do some damage prevention before that?
Thank you, Anna.
Yes, Tanya, I think this is something that a lot of MS organizations are very interested in. So we hear from our members that I suppose the role of patient organizations in navigating the ever-changing landscape of AI and information provision online, and what is our role as patient organizations to signpost people with MS to the most reliable information. And I don't think we've got a solution for it, because the whole, we don't, as patient organizations, we don't have control over the entirety of the World Wide Web. But I think ensuring that the information that we provide is, I suppose, optimized enough when people are doing searches, so that when you are searching for symptoms, for example, what is coming up in whatever country you are searching for is linked to the relevant patient organization from that, so that we can make sure that that information is as reliable as possible. There may be a role in patient organizations in actually, performing those searches themselves and seeing what comes up, and if it is not information that they know is accurate about MS, if it's not signposting them to the relevant MS organization, is there something that they can do with their own websites and their own information provision that brings that up more easily as well?
And just to add something is that, and I say this repetitively, is that AI doesn't replace HI. Human intelligence is not replaced by artificial intelligence, it's a complement. So go always discuss with your healthcare professional, always discuss with your patient associations, etc., to make sure that the information they're getting is the right information.
Thank you. And the last question comes to Janneke.
Thank you. I was wondering, it was in the beginning of the conversation, you talked about the EDSS scale. Janne, you also mentioned about the cognitive issues. I was wondering, if we talk about the future, is there a perspective on whether something can be done with tracking cognition besides the EDSS scale? Is there something in the cognition that we can use to track or whatever?
Unfortunately, EDSS as a scale doesn't track cognition. It's a very motor scale. That's a problem that we have, and we've been trying to change how we can actually assess that. There are different methods that you can measure cognition. There are things that you can do, and there are apps that track cognition. The problem with many of these apps is that what is the meaning of the data that you're getting? So if you have a 0.10 today and tomorrow is 5, does it mean that you're getting worse, or it means that you don't feel up to it? So, but I think I always tell people that perfection is very difficult to achieve, and if it's something that works for you and makes you feel comfortable, and you can do this type of exercises, I think is a good opportunity to do it. But cognition is a problem that we are trying to also identify how better we can measure effectively and bring forward some ways to actually follow patients over time. But at this point, it's certainly not an easy one.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for this question. If we can measure it, we can then tackle it. So that's so important. And I'm thanking you for this last question. I want to thank you for the great panel. You really shed some light and brought me hope, like even to my personal concerns. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you, everybody.
We'll give you the gifts. I will yield the floor.
Thank you so much. I will not add anything to this wonderfully complete and hopeful round. With one small question to our two friends from the industry. What's the perspective on help for fatigue? Because we learned yesterday that this is the biggest symptom for people. And so while I'm handing out the gifts, and with a thank you, I let you answer on that. Thank you very much. You don't have a microphone. So, thank you.
Microphone on?
Later.
No, fatigue is definitely a real unmet need, and this is something we need to target more. And we know that fatigue tools, for example, tools are used in better tracking fatigue on a real-time basis, and also on digital tools. They are using now fatigue integrated into those digital tools, but fatigue is definitely something that we need to focus much more on now than it was the case before.
And in addition, it's a symptom that is very difficult to measure. It's like pain. So what is fatigue for you? Maybe not fatigue for me. So there is a lot of, and that's why it's so difficult.
People say it's the biggest.
Exactly, and that's why we need to push as advocates that we actually look into this, and also that the regulators becomes more flexible in terms of what needs to be shown to.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Super interesting. It's 52. We won't save on the coffee break. 15 minutes coffee break, meaning at 10 past 11 we will be back. Yeah? Okay, thank you very much.
A vyšla kam? A vyšla kam, mi řekni. Hej, hej, hej. Je to všude. Ale je to všude. Ale je to i v
Okay, welcome back. I hope you had a nice re-energizing break, looking at the posters, going out on the terrace, and really deepening those very beautiful points we just had. I'm always amazed about how long we can talk and still learn and learn. And for me, for instance, this thing about the blood-brain barrier being a blessing and a karma, I'd never thought about it like that, and many other things. So EBV, AI as a blessing, and again, the danger of hallucination, what we can do when doctors have less and less time, and with the patient organizations and patients at the very, very core. So thank you for that. And it's actually a very nice transition to our next session. I had already introduced Jana a little earlier as someone working in the Czech health ministry, but also having worked in the Brussels ecosystem. And so Jana will come again and give me a break to talk or to moderate a panel on advancing access and support for people with MS and really comparing the European health systems. And that is an important one, because yesterday sometimes we talked about protocols and this and that, and actually in every single country it's different. And I can see, I live with MS, my sister lives with MS, we both had breast cancer, and when we talk about what we are experiencing and what we are getting and what we are hearing in the different healthcare systems, we sometimes think we are on different planets. So we will have the panel with Professor Harakova, who will start with a 10-minute presentation, and then we will have Jan van Amstel, Dominika Czarnota online, and Jiri Drahot. The rest is for you and Dana.
Thank you very much, Bettina. It is my real pleasure to welcome Professor Horakova in this wonderful panel, because as a keynote speaker, because in here we are a great community of different states, people with MS from different states, and the key words from this panel for me would be first, access. How can we make it possible for people to have the adequate access to care, meaning the treatment, but also the access to care in health environment and social environment. And the second buzzword for me would be tackling disparities, because there are different situations in each of our countries. Somewhere the system is more developed, more wealthy, and some that really tackle challenges. So it's my real pleasure to introduce this topic. We will have a panel of MS representatives from different parts of Europe, and the one and only that will introduce this is Professor Horakova, who is from the University Hospital in Prague. She's a doctor and professor in the MS Center, which is the Center of Excellence, and also a scientific garant of the REMUS registry, the National MS Registry in Czech Republic. The floor is yours.
Good morning, can you hear me? So I'm a physician working in the field of MS more than 30 years, so you can imagine that I have been following many patients on their journey for many years. We are a big family in our center. And it's about the data, and it will be a lot about the data. And you have heard, and you know that the field of multiple sclerosis, there are significant improvements in many fields, but the problem has not been solved. We know that. We have a lot of questions in front of us, and probably I would say the more we know, the more questions we have. It's very complex nowadays. It's a problem of the safety of the new drugs. It's a problem of progressive disease that still we are not able to treat, quality of care and access to the treatment. And you also have heard that there are many stakeholders, physicians, us, we are sitting with the patients and we see in everyday practice the questions. But there are regulatory bodies, there are healthcare payers, there is industry, and there are patients, you. And you are here the representatives or the advocates for your patients in your countries, and in my eyes you are heroes because in spite of your illness, in spite of your disabilities, you are here to help the others. But on the other side, it brings also responsibility. Once you take this role, it means you are in some way a little bit obliged to fight for the others. And there are many patients who are newly diagnosed, who are on their journeys. And of course, when you are diagnosed and you are treated, you need info about MS. We have a lot of information nowadays. Sometimes it's counterproductive because it's difficult to orient in so much information. But probably the most important question is, what can I do with it? And what are the treatment options? And because we live in different countries, the question is, how is the situation in my country? What's the availability? What's the quality? What's the reimbursement? What's the access to the treatment? We are in a European space. We are lucky. There are 44 countries in Europe, 51 included in broader list, and 27 countries in European Union. But the question is, do I really have the same chance to get the treatment if I live here, or here, or here, or any other countries? Do you ask these questions? And it's more important, do you have answers to this question? Do you know how many patients you have in your country, really have? What's the treatment? How quickly the patient is treated? Are these information available to you? So this is really important questions. And it's a very complex field. It's not only about the patients. As I mentioned, the systems are very complicated in different countries, and I don't have answer to all these questions. What I only can today is to share with you our experience from my country. And we are a middle-sized country. We are sitting in Prague, almost 11 million citizens. And the care in the Czech Republic is probably organized very similar as in your particular countries. So once you are diagnosed, usually you are seen by the GP, you are sent to the neurologist, to the neurological department, you are diagnosed. So what's the question, what's next? In my country, we are lucky. We have a centralized care. We started with the specialized MS centers in 1996, and nowadays we have 15 MS centers. You can see they are quite equally allocated across the Czech Republic, so 4 in Prague, 2 in Brno. And we have a specialized neurological society, which is a group of neurologists, and special section for neuroimmunology, which is a group of neurologists who take care about multiple sclerosis patients. And we were in exactly the same situation as many countries. Before 2013, for many years, and I can tell you because I was there, we didn't have data. We wanted data, we didn't know how, we were discussing. And fortunately, at that time already existed in the Czech Republic the endowment fund, not-for-profit organization Impulse. And we as a physician asked this fund, can you help us? Can you help us to start the registry because we really need it? And nobody talked to us. The health insurance regulator, they didn't talk to us because we didn't have data. We started in 2013, 2012, 2013. We prepared in collaboration all the important documents, informed consent form, the manuals, and we started with the Czech National Registry REMUS since 2013. And since that, we started regularly, prospectively to collect data, day by day, everyday work. How it looks today. You see in 2025, we have more than 23,000 patients in the registry. Probably more important is this number. These are patients who are really there, active. They have at least one visit during the last year. So that's the real alive people, not the Potemkin village. And here you see how many patients are treated by disease-modifying drugs in the Czech Republic. And we have available all these data. It's available to us, to the clinicians, and also to other groups that they need the data. How we did it? Of course, it wasn't a miracle over the night. You cannot expect that today we decide and tomorrow we will have a data. It was really a step-by-step process, and you can see that in 2013, just 3 centers started. There was 1,500 patients first that were exported, and then step-by-step, also the other centers joined us. In 2016 already, all 15 centers participating, and nowadays you see that we have almost 90% of all patients in the registry and more than 95 who are treated by disease-modifying drugs. We really have a lot of data. We have more than 500,000 of clinical visits with all EDSS and all functional subsystems. We have the data about the treatment, pregnancy. Very importantly, we started to collect data about the safety, because safety is a critical second pillar of registry. It's our duty to protect the future, the safety future of our patients. So without this data from the real clinical practice, we are blinded. But I can tell you that these data, they have only meaning if they are analyzed, if they are published, and if they are shared with all important groups. And to give you just a few examples, because I don't have enough time. Since the beginning, we started to create some every year regular output with all aggregated data across the Czech Republic. Nowadays, we provide one aggregated report and 15 different for each particular center. Thanks to that, what we have, we know exactly how many patients are in the particular centers. We know how they are allocated across the Czech Republic. We know the demographic data, what's the age and sex of our patients. We know the data about employment and social benefits. We also collect this data. We know what's the disability of our patients, what's the distribution of EDSS, what's the pregnancy, what's the treatment, many of them. And that's not enough. You also need to know what's the quality of the care in particular center. If you go to this center or this center, do you have the same chance to get the same treatment? 2 years ago, we started to provide another report with the benchmarking. So it means that each center receives this report twice yearly, and it means you see all 15 centers, then there is your center. In this case, it's my particular center. And this one graph, for example, tells you how complete are the data in the registry. Then you can compare, you can benchmark whatever you have in the registry. So time between the onset and the start of the treatment. You can compare the data regarding the treatment allocation. Here you can see my center again compared to the rest of the Czech Republic, the high efficacy platform and without the treatment. So the data you have you can compare, you can benchmark, and these data should be available. The last example, I want to show you how really the data helped us in the real clinical care. We belong among the countries that for many years we have to fight for reimbursement. We are not so rich country, so always we have to fight more than, for example, Western countries. And here you can see the evolution. On this part, I call it prevalence. Over the time, you see the ratio between the platform and between the high efficacy across the Czech Republic. So we have these data. But probably more important is this slide. So this is the incidence. This means how many patients started with the high efficacy treatment during the last year. So you can see that in 2022, this significantly changed. There were new reimbursement in criteria in the Czech Republic, and this is thanks to the REMUS, because we provided to the regulator the data what will be the economic impact into the market, and they trust our data, and it significantly helped with reimbursement. So it was my introduction, and I'm looking for the other speakers, and I'm open for your questions.
Do I only? Oh, good. Thank you. This one. Well, lovely. Yes. Thank you so much for setting the scene and introducing the very, very powerful tool, the data. Because when we are speaking about disparities, we have to know what are we comparing what to. So we have to ask this question, we have to measure, and with no further delay, because time is of the essence, it's my pleasure to invite our panelists for this session. So first, please welcome Jan van Amstel, the president of the National Dutch Society and our dear ExCom member and a treasurer of EMSP. Jan, welcome. And Jiří Drahota, a CEO of the Czech National Registry REMUS. Welcome, Jiří. And this is a hybrid session. You see Dominika in here, and you must be surprised that you don't see her in her room, which is very sad for us, but there are good reasons on Dominika's side. Do we please have Dominika? Welcome, Dominika Czarnota, the Secretary General of the National Polish MS Organization. Welcome. So we will start with a round of presentations. First, Dominika, please, can you tell us what is the situation of access in Poland, in the treatment, in availability of care, and if you can comment, because we know that you're in touch in some of the other countries, that would be very beneficial for us as well, the Eastern countries.
Thank you. I hope you hear me well. I'm happy to join you at least in this way. Okay, let's start with the number of the Polish population. It's, as you can see, 37.5 million. I was checking while Professor was talking how many people there are in Czech Republic and how many patients with MS. We always try to compare our numbers with the neighbor countries like Germany or Czech Republic, and you can see somehow the numbers are when it comes to people living with MS in Poland are pretty low. So this is the population of Poland. We also have around 1.5 million Ukrainians living in Poland right now. Approximately 1 million of them are refugees. This is important because they are part of these numbers too. And when it comes to people living with MS, according to the Ministry of Health, it's almost 60,000 people. According to the National Health Fund, this is it's around 47,000. Somehow they lost 12,000 people. And the funny part here is you're talking about data, they're based on the same data, basically. Those are data from the National Health Fund. You can see what is National Health Fund. It's a state organizational unit that finances and organizes health services in Poland, as we don't have any private insurance. And NFZ, as we call it, operates within the framework of universal health insurance, and it is responsible for contracting and paying for medical services. If you have any Polish friends, they will probably, and if you ask them about NFZ, nobody likes it, but well, this is we have this discussion since at least 20 years what to do about us not being happy with this institution. You can compare it to NHS in UK. We are pretty much afraid of private insurance companies to join, to be the other payer, but I think this is a discussion for another panel. Can I have a? Oh no, sorry, leave the slide. I think that if you ask me, I think the Ministry of Health is closer with their number. They are closer to the right number of people living with MS in Poland. And you can see I put it here, the number that NFZ gave us in 2021, the number of people living with MS. Somehow since 2021 to 2023, they lost around 4,000 people. And that's weird, because I know people are dying, but also new people are being diagnosed. And as I mentioned, we have 1.5 million Ukrainians. Those are mostly women. Very great amount of them are young women. So the population that is actually more typically suffer from MS more typically than the rest of the population. So definitely something's wrong with the data here. Can I have a next slide, please? Yes, this is the website. It's pretty one of my favorite websites regarding MS. Actually, this is the website is belongs to the Department of Analysis and Strategy of the Ministry of Health. They have the entire website, and it's fully dedicated to data related to MS. And it is updated. It's very interesting. And as I mentioned, it is based on the data also provided from the National Health Fund, and somehow they do not match. What you can see here is number of patients in the different districts in Poland. So as you can see, most people with MS lives in the center. It's Mazovia. It's where the Warsaw is, and also I saw that the MS centers in Czech Republic, they are spread equally, and within the country, it's not what we have in Poland. In Mazovia, we have around 10 or even more centers, MS centers, and in the western part of the country, I don't know if you can see, probably no. So the western part, those are like 2 centers in the whole district. If that is a problem, it depends, because some of the centers have like over 1,000 patients, while the other have like 10 only. So it's not the matter of the number of the centers, more of the quality of the treatment that is provided there. And by treatment, I don't mean the medications, the drugs, because the access to the medications and drugs is equal for the whole country. Can I have a next slide, please? Okay, thank you. So shortly about DMTs in Poland, they are fully even though that
reimbursed from public funds. It wasn't ding dong. So every single Czech crown which has gone through that national reimbursement system is really somewhere recorded. And these records can be used. This is being so-called EHR, electronic health records, and it really is possible to use it. State Institute for Drug Control has all the information about all the prescriptions which are out there. There is also, of course, there are also healthcare providers who do have plenty of information which are not available in those systems which are on the ministry. For example, MRIs, all the scans, all the laboratory results, etc. And of course, you who do deal with the disease for ages, you know how important this information is, and not only the clinical side of you, but also the our labor ability. Are we able to work? Do we need some reimbursements, etc. In the social sphere? So all these informations are already out there. And we cannot really forget on the most important part which we are doing it for, and it's the patients. And to be honest, patients are usually in these data involved as a secondary part, as a producer of the data, but these data usually come through some institutions, but not too often are patients involved directly. And so-called patient-reported outcomes are something which is very, very often discussed in the scientific area. And if you look at this slide, you cannot get other idea that the only possible way is to cooperate. And sometimes, or most of the times, we can learn best the future from our past. And there is one very nice Latin quote which says that union is strength, that the power is in the union. So if we unite the data, which we already do have for some other purposes, there is a way with the light at the end of the tunnel. And the magical word, maybe Jana would say a buzzword, is a cooperation. And I'm so lucky that in Czech Republic, we really are lucky that in those mentioned institutions, there are quite enlightened people. And you have seen the deputy minister already yesterday, who was introducing some opinions and positions of the ministry. And these people really are willing to cooperate with all the data sharing. However, please, if you look at that word cloud, you can see some of the most important parts. And for me, however, the patient-centric ecosystem, etc., it's very important. But the most and above the furthermost important is trust, privacy, and security, and that all the system must be trustworthy. And I hope that Jana is a very, I would say, very enthusiastic advocate for almost everything coming from the EU, almost, like European Health Data Space. So let's hope this agenda will also help us in some further coming progress in this era. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you for shaping our future together.
Yeah.
Thank you for another Tour d'Europe. So this was really, again, in a relatively short time, a very huge theme covered, and going first into the whole picture of the Czech Republic with you, then afterwards saying like, yeah, and actually we are not even that as far as we would like to be. Then we had Dorota diving into Poland. She cannot properly hear us, so we don't bring her further, and we are greeting her right now. And then also like that very grounded perspective from the Netherlands on what you as a patient association have been doing to change the picture with regards to the healthcare system and reimbursement. Wonderful stuff. And now you have another point, Jana.
Oh yeah, we would like, before because we know the time is limited. But now we have made, the picture for you, how it looks in Europe. But there is, when we say the problem, we have to offer the solutions.
Oh, yes.
So the thing is, and we have Dominika back. The thing is, and I have to make this comment that the job of the public institution is very hard. What we are speaking now about is not making a commercial for any treatment. We are just using the examples because any intervention that comes into market that is to be available, be it drugs, be it medical devices, be it technology, has to be assessed so that it can decide, the society decides whether it has the added benefits for us. And we have to be very, very objective about this. So, what I would like now to ask Dana is, what can we do now when we saw the situation in here? What can help us in the situation?
I'm sorry I didn't include the solution there. Okay.
I just have last 2 slides, and I would ask you to ask this question yourself. If each of you have to ask yourself, am I satisfied with the situation in my country? Because this is very important, and be aware that the future is someplace that not the someplace we are going, but we are creating. So the action is be the people and surround yourself with the people who are not only talking about the theory, but who are able and capable to translate the theory into the practice. And what I see as a role of EMSP, it must be, and you are representative, it must be a coordinator and support. And if you really want to improve the situation in your countries and across the Europe, you have to establish, you have to think, you have to discuss what are the quality indicators, which data you need for your country and across the Europe to be able to compare the care. Then start to provide a platform, live online platform that has these data. So to compare the situation in particular countries. And my advice is start with the strong, reliable examples, already existing high-quality registries. And I see the representatives from the Italian registries. They are examples, Italian, French, Danish, Swedish. And really talk and embrace yourself with the people who already developed and maintained these registries, who have really experience, and they really already succeeded and they translated this theory into the practice. And we are here to help. Here is our website, and definitely we are help and to support and to share our experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dana. That was indeed the missing piece to move from the jigsaw to a more rounded off picture. And quickly the ball over to you. If we could keep the Q&A to 5 minutes, that would be absolutely wonderful, which would mean quick question, quick answer, quick question, quick answer. If we played that game, we can even have 5 questions. So, floor is yours. The lady in the back, and then Mario as well. Please state again who you are, what you do, and quick question, quick answer.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Ioana, up in Romania. I live actually in Sweden today. So actually it's good this talk because for me also it's important. I have the experience of living with the MS and with treatment in Romania, France and Sweden. And I would say that probably if we have to make a rank of quality of healthcare, will be probably Romania the last and Sweden the highest. And surprisingly, my experience, it's exactly opposite. I feel less safe in Sweden than in Romania. I feel less listened by people, by healthcare. I cannot have access to doctors. So I want to understand, it's just my impression that a more developed the country is, more resources the country has, people are treated more like just objects. We are not patients anymore, humans. And I have the impression that also the time for appointments are shorter. And is it just my impression that only the important cases are well treated in developed countries, but when we are less important, I would say we don't have so many symptoms. I don't know. I feel that we are not interested.
That's a wonderful one. I wonder whether the person here, EMSP, who does the EU, is in charge of the EU barometer, MS barometer, would like to give a very quick answer to that, if that is okay, because it's really an umbrella question. Quick question, quick answer. Is that you, Patricia? I know you're very quick.
I am not quick, but with the barometer, we actually do comparisons. We try to understand actually the status within the country, but we do comparisons eventually with each of them. And it is not entirely true in that sense. I understand that's probably your experience, but it's different categories. So with treatments, with rehabilitation, with psychotherapists, with a different multidisciplinary team, but also research, it is completely different between one country and the other. And probably what we can do is sit together and discuss a bit between Romania and Sweden and understand the different gaps. Indeed, some countries are doing better off in some aspects, and some countries are doing better off in others. But it's quite interesting to hear your experience in that sense, but not necessarily in all aspects.
Okay. Thank you very much. So it's an opening of a discussion that is to be continued. Would any of you like to add to that quickly? Yes.
Maybe just one recommendation. There is actually in Swedish registry, there is a lady called Elena Flavia Morisan, who is a data scientist with Romanian origins, living in Uppsala, with Finnish husband and Greek ancestry. So I believe if you want to investigate your experience on a scientific way, contact Elena. She's a fantastic lady. She would definitely help you.
Thank you, Yuri. That's wonderful. Okay, we go to Mario.
Just a quick question, Mario Battaglia from Italy. To Jan, being in existence 3 main lines of stem cells, which kind of stem cells you are talking about? I think it's a good information for the audience.
Oh, it's working. Oh, yeah, it's working. Which kind of stem cells we are talking about? I'm not very familiar with that, I must say, Mario. I know that the patient who went to Sweden got the treatment that's normal in Sweden, and that we are talking to Sweden, and we are talking with the other countries to have this kind of stem cell treatment to Holland, and now it's introduced. It's the EBMT, I think. That's the
bone marrow transplant.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the one.
That's good.
Yeah, those rules are.
But it was important to clarify.
Explained in adapted in Holland. Yeah.
Yeah, we just have to say that these are really examples. One of how the real data is important to suffice the decision making, and the other, like how the comparison between the states. But thank you so much for this, and I would be very interested in the other cases as well.
Yes, and I see Dorota nodding. Dorota, can you speak to us again, or is it still complicated? Dominika, can you hear us and can you speak again?
Yes, I hope I can.
Okay, so would you like to give your perspective of, I know you had some difficulties technically, but is there any comment that you would like to make, or any observation on what we've just heard and discussed?
Well, I think that this is crucial to have access to data also from the other countries. Then you can show your decision makers that it's possible, for example, to make the medications available also in your country. Like with our examples, our decision makers keep on saying that, well, we are a rather poor country if you compare us with Germany, and this is the answer to all our concerns. On the other hand, we spend a lot on the military equipment these days, and that's great. We need this, okay, that's clear. But if we can spend on that, then it's good to spend on our health too, as hopefully there will not be any war in Poland, and we do need to stay healthy. So for me, that was very interesting. The Czech register, I will definitely go back to that, and especially the number of people being diagnosed with MS, because I don't believe there are so many people living with MS in Czech Republic, when in Poland somehow there is much less of them.
Super important point.
Thanks for that. That was
Dominika. Interestingly, in the coffee breaks, I heard exactly what you said, particularly from the Baltics, that it was said actually we don't get our disability status prolonged, etc., because the money goes into military right now. So there is an ecosystem that is changing, and doubly important to keep the ball going, and that goes back to that survey. Yes,
I was asked about the other countries, and mostly about Belarus and Ukraine. We have, as you know, plenty of refugees, but also before the war, people were coming to Poland. Some of them in terms to receive treatment here, because the access to treatment, it's not accessible, it's not reimbursed in Ukraine and in Belarus. And it was and we are not angry about this or something. We are okay with that, because we were in exactly the same situation just 15 years ago. So I think we, as a European family, we should really support each other and learn from each other. And hopefully the access to treatment will be equally good in all the European countries, whether they are in EU or not.
Super important point, because Europe is not EU. Thank you. Thank you. I am contradicting myself, but I see that there was a lot of interest. Do we want one more question and then we go to power break? There isn't. I know that there would be so many more questions, and I'm at the same time very happy we are concluding with that beautiful statement and with all of your contributions. Thank you so much, and please keep it rolling and going. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Yes. Oh, so stay. Thank you. Heel erg bedankt, Jan. Presentation overview. Dominika, we can't give, but really well. Thank you so very much. And so let me just see whether I'm still on the ball. I am. So we do have now Stephanie from yesterday coming. You remember the traffic circulation management power-up break. We will have another one. And that is really good, because we have been listening a lot.
Will be quick. I've seen the time's running. Where's my co-trainer? I miss my co-trainer. She ran away as well. All right. Oh, great. Thank you. I need someone in the sitting position. Thank you. Thank you. There you go.
Thank you.
Co-trainer Kanika, thank you. Yeah. Okay, as I told you yesterday, we don't need a lot of time for a workout. So what we are doing today is a 4 minutes workout an aerobic workout. So we try to go our heart rate up. And before we do that, you can choose your position as well. So if you want to, you can stand up. If you want to, you can sit down. I've seen you dancing yesterday. You were much more motivated. What happened? All scared. Okay. So what we do first is, in a sitting position, you can try to move your foot a bit. So we try to do some mobility and flexibility for 1 minute. And when you are on the standing position, you can try that as well to get your feet a bit, mobile, flexible, great. And now we start in from the bottom and we go up. So now we are going to our hips. And I've seen you yesterday. You can do that. So we do 5 rounds in one direction and then we change. And you can do that as well in a sitting position, that you try to go your weight like great, exactly. So 5 to the one right direction and 5 in the other one. Very good. Very good. Okay. And we go into our shoulders. So 5 times round. And if you hear something like the crack, you hear mine? Okay. It's totally normal. All right. Okay, and we're going to our neck, and I want you to do left to the left. Oh, we do it? Yeah, perfect. To the other left, yeah. Putting your ear on your shoulder. You don't need to succeed. And the other side. Twice per side. Great. All right. So how does a Tabata works? We've got 8 rounds. For the people sitting, you can either run with your arms. Yeah. For the people standing, you can run. Like, breakfast is over in the first floor, so run. All right. And this is the first. Yes, stop. There will be time. And the second thing is boxing. So I've got my mobile phone here. There's a watch. Okay. Oh, it's 42 minutes. No, wait. That was the last cake. Okay, great. So we've got 4 minutes, 20 seconds movement, and we change from running to boxing, running, boxing. And after 8 rounds, my watch is ringing, and you'll be fine for today. Ready? Ready. Okay, we start with the running, sitting and standing position, and go. 10, 9, 8, 6, 7, 3, 2, 1, and stop. Okay, and when you rest, you just shake everything. 4, 3, 2, 1, boxing. Oh, come on. Ten seconds. 3, 2, 1, stop. Great. 3, 2, 1, and running again. Come on, running. 3, 2, 1, and rest. Okay, you feel your heart rate? It's getting warmer. This is good. 3, 2, 1, and boxing again. Come on. Don't hit anybody, please. 3, 2, 1, and rest again. So you're nearly halfway, which is good. So shake everything. And I think it's the third round. All right, so start now and go. Faster, faster, faster. 3, 2, 1, and stop again. Shake it. Yeah. And the boxing again. 3, 2, 1, and go. You can high boxing, low boxing, can change a bit. This is my military workout, so 3, 2, 1, and stop. Okay, you're nearly at the end. Now you can push your limit as far as you want to go. So the last 2 sessions. And 3, 2, 1, and running. And faster. Come on, there's the finish line. 3, 2, 1, and stop. Okay. So shake everything, relax everything. The last 20 seconds start in 3, 2, 1, and go. Yeah, you can go up, you can go down. Perfect techniques, yeah. 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah! And thank you. That was great. Thank you.
I see everyone very much awake. Isn't that wonderful? Can someone take a photo of these smiling faces? It's amazing. So, let me just see here. So, if I'm not lost in my slides that are also still in the boxing mode, we are now on patient empowerment and advocacy. And it's lovely to move from the physical empowering to the overall empowering and to the self-advocacy. And I think what Jan had been referring to from the Netherlands is an example how also patients bring themselves really into the game. So we will have Dr. Agnes Straukine, Janneke Knoll, who will speak, and we will start with Agnes to do a short presentation, including a video on self-empowerment. So Agnes, where are you?
I am online.
You're online, it's correct. You see, I'm still in my boxing mode. So, Agnes.
Hi, everyone.
Yes, lovely to have you here. Can you say 2 words on who you are, where you are greeting us from, and then get right to the start?
Hi, everyone. I am a MS neurologist. I am based in United Kingdom. I'm very much into holistic care and self-management and healthy lifestyle. That's part of my work, but also I am into digital technology and developing a couple of tools to help people to self-manage and to assess people from neurology perspective. So I'm very honored to be here today, unfortunately online. So today we're going to start with a short animation that I specifically developed and created for this event. And then we will move on to self-care and self-management. I've seen you exercising and I've seen smiles on your face, which is amazing. You have all these positive endorphins and neurochemicals released now that you can listen to you probably know a lot of things anyway, but I will try to get you to the ground and talk about what can you do to help yourself living better, living well, living long lives. And then we will go into more healthcare providers model and new model, future model, how to best manage people with MS. So let's get my slides on.
Super. And while we do that, Janneke, would you like to come already on stage so that we can also, once Agne is done, we can get into your interaction there. So the slides are there, are they? Not yet. Almost. So,
okay,
Agne,
next slide, please.
Yes, we see you now. And I think it should be the second slide, no? So, Agne, the floor is yours, and then I'll lead you over to the discussion with Janneke immediately.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Okay, just forgot to mention I am also Be Well with MS podcaster. So that's another out of hours, my spare time and a job that I do after work. It's volunteer job that I do. So next slide, please. And let's start with this engaging animation.
Are in your hands. I'm not just your doctor. I'm your teammate on this journey. When you speak up, when you take part in decisions, you're not just living with MS, you're leading your life with strength. You deserve to be heard. You deserve choices. You deserve care that listens and respects you. Access to the right specialist is not a privilege. It's a right we must fight for together. Advocacy doesn't have to be loud. It starts with one question, one conversation, one moment of courage. Knowing your own body is power. Tracking your symptoms, noticing changes, bringing your story to your care team. You are the expert of your own experience. Each step you take to stand up for yourself, each choice you make with confidence, shapes a life filled with hope and strength. Ask questions. Trust your instincts. Demand the care you deserve. Share your story. You are not alone. Empowerment is not just a word. It's your life. It's your future. And it starts with you. I'm sorry I could not be with you today, but I am sending you my warm wishes and the joyful spirit of attending the European Multiple Sclerosis Platform 2025 conference.
Next slide, please. As I mentioned, you are having all the relevant skills in this life. The empowerment as a word, it has got a bit of a negative connotation. It's almost like you're losing your power and you're required to be empowered, which is not right. We all have the same relevant skills. And having a diagnosis, or me as a neurologist diagnosing you with MS, I'm not diagnosing you with lack of the plan, potential, purpose. You all have that. And when I look at the top 10 symptoms in MS and what would be the lifestyle strategies to help yourself, and the first number one symptom living with MS, as we all know, and you learned yesterday, as I heard from the previous presentation, is fatigue. And how can you best manage your fatigue? So first of all, what I say to my patients is pace your energy. You don't need to spend hours on doing certain activity. You need to know your body. And also, people don't sleep very well for a number of reasons. There is a primary reason because the nerves are not functioning as they should. Secondary reason, there are things like pains and cramping. And there are also relapses and some sort of unexpected events that happen to people, and that disrupts the whole sleeping pattern and people lack of energy. So identifying what is the underlying cause that can conserve the energy, prevents burnout, and can sustain the daily function. The second thing that people lack sometimes is exercise regularly. So people go and do some gym and then they feel like they've wasted all their energy. They get some pains because of the lactic acid in their muscles, which is normal, but then they overdo things. So finding your own exercise, whether it's stretching, strength training, or maybe some cardio that you just done, boxing and running. If you could learn from today what you learned as part of the exercise and incorporate that into your daily activity, that's going to give you balance, improve your mobility, improve your neuroplasticity, new network, and support your general brain health. Always consider tracking your symptoms because symptoms are variable. And then you may find the pattern that on Monday or Tuesday, you suffer with more tingle or more pain. Why? Maybe you overworked. Maybe you've done some activities that actually cause more symptoms, maybe produce more heat in your body and rose temperature. And that could exacerbate your MS symptoms. Think about the mind work activities and also how can you better adhere to the medicine. Okay, so setting the alarms on your smartphones. There are some weekly pill organizers that you could purchase online. But don't forget to take medicine because it's a common practice in medicine, in neurology and MS that people forget to take medicine. Also, consider about the healthy diet. There is no dedicated MS diet in the world. You probably heard online various different opinions and various different titles as MS diet, overcoming MS walls diet, etc., etc. They share one simple thing. They are anti-inflammatory, they are more plant-based, less red meat, more white meat. They are following the Mediterranean style diets. And all that can support your health and reduce the inflammatory processes in your body. And also is good for your lungs, your heart, and your brain. Stress is companion. Every day we experience stress. It's not possible to live life without stress. We all have that every single day, but it's how we respond, but not react to the stress stimulus. It's by training your mind. It's meditation, it's relaxation, it's breathing therapies and exercises. It's time spent in nature. Nature has got healing properties. It reduces your symptoms, reduces chance of having flare-ups. It boosts your energy, emotional resilience. Staying hydrated, people do forget to drink a lot of water. If you are dehydrated and if you consume sugar drinks, energy drinks, and caffeinated drinks, your bladder becomes crampy, you rush to the toilet, you feeling dehydrated, lack of energy, sugar crash, you just crash basically. So water supplies our cells by 60% of water molecule and it improves all functions. So always think about hydrating yourself. There are bad days and good days living with MS. And what my recommendation would be is to prepare for the bad days. They come to me not having MS, they come to people with MS. So maybe you want to batch cook and freeze your food into the freezer, and on the bad day you just use the microwave or oven to warm up the food, but you have nourished, well-cooked food from the day before or 2 days before, right? So always plan and have a backup support. We are not individualists, we are individualists. So we are social human beings. We like to be connected, and it's super important to have regular chats, plan 5 minutes talk with your friend. I know with the social media and what's going on in the world, we are so much isolated. Everyone is busy, everyone is doing something, and you don't want to disturb, you don't want to sort of put your problems on the table and express your problems to the friend who's suffering as well. We understand that, but regular support groups, connecting with the patient organizations, finding the body that also got similar conditions, similar experience, years of living with MS, may actually prevent from isolation and support emotional well-being. And then the last one is keep learning. I know that from the research that people who are in denial, who are still not accepting the diagnosis, their actual outcomes are much worse than people who accepted the diagnosis and learned how to live with it. So constant education, podcasts, webinars from reputable websites that trustworthy, usually it's non-profit MS organizations such as European MS Platform, MS Society, MS Trust, you name it. And you may have individual societies within your own countries. Next slide, please. So we have Slido. Can we run the Slido, or do we have a technology to do that, or not?
I think our friends over there, who are doing a fabulous job, are ready for the Slido. Yes. So on the left-hand side, you have the question. On the right, the Slido information.
So the question is, do you feel confident enough to self-manage your multiple sclerosis, or maybe you live with the NMOSD or MOG-associated disease? You're very confident, somehow confident, or not confident at all? Probably I won't see the results, so I would ask the chair to...
So it's still buzzing, and it's a very interesting trend. So the confidence crowd went first, and it got very, very far. And right now we have 56% on very confident and somehow confident, 40-ish.
Okay.
So, but we don't have anyone not confident at all. That's a very important piece. So we have roughly direction 2/3. It's moving up. So the confidence is moving up. So we have 50%, 40 something, 57, 43 now.
I hope that 40% somehow confident will go into very confident after this presentation. But it's good that we have very motivated audience, and that's always usually the case, you know. And as neurologists, I always worry about people who don't go to the conferences, who never attend the webinars, who never seek for help. And that's the audience that we have the main concern, because we know that their outcomes are much worse than people like you. Okay, next slide, please.
Agne, just one thing. We had, in the end, 4% of not confident at all, and I would like to thank those people who have said that as well, because it requires some guts in a conference like that to say, like, yes, I'm hearing a lot, I'm learning a lot, I'm getting very much encouraged, and yet there is a lot to do. So please to take all of it into consideration.
Wonderful. We will help you, and you're at the right place and right time. So let's talk about the last slide for the patients or people living with chronic conditions. So top 10 tips for choosing the right lifestyle approach. So as you know, there are loads of information online. You go and you search, you get notifications, you get phone is buzzing with everything. And it's so difficult to choose what's the right thing for you. And my top 10 tips would be for choosing start what matters to you most. Okay, so identify what's your personal relevance to increase your motivation and consistency. What really preserves and reserves your energy. You feel independent, you feel free, you feel that your mood enhances. Document that, you know, and then try to commit to that activity. Because if I like tennis, you don't necessarily like tennis too. If I like dancing, you know, there are different people with different ways of living this life. And also, you have to pick one step at a time, one change at a time. It's overwhelming when you go into multiple activities and try to discover one or another. It's really upsetting. And if you focus on one habit, like walking, you know, walking 5 minutes a day around your house or maybe in your area where you live, and that's it. You just stick to that routine. You don't need to run marathons. You don't need to do crazy things. The secret here is our brain, our body likes consistency. Even 10 minutes, even the exercise that you learned today or yesterday, if you do that every other day, your brain is going to thank you. And also think about your abilities. What can you do? What matches your energy and your mobility? If you're a wheelchair user, your arms still functioning, use it. or lose it, as we say. So focus on the upper body. Always be flexible and adaptable. You know, things change. There are good days, bad days, as we discussed, with the weather, the stress, the humidity, the heat. It influences how you feel. But don't beat up yourself on the days when it's not suitable for your body. Just wait for another day to come. And also, always think about the evidence-based strategy. When I go online and I see what's going on there, even if I publish one of the podcast episodes of Be Well with MS, I have people coming with some sort of offers for herbal medicine as a cure for MS, which is so wrong. And I block them and I just delete these messages because, you know, we don't want the misinformation. We don't want these kind of misleading information that people are always with a chronic condition, cancer, MS, and all the other chronic conditions, they look for a hope. And when you are vulnerable, it's so easy to influence you with anything in this life. So be mindful and select the information that is really evidence-based. Track your progress. I know journaling, writing things, I don't like it. Nobody likes it, but it's essential just to keep the track. It reinforces the benefits. It refines your routine. You know what's causing what symptom, what's triggering, what is good for how you feel. If you feel suddenly energetic after swimming in the morning, you just need to keep doing. Also, we don't want something that is not realistic to achieve. So set realistic, measurable goals. So 15 minutes of stretching 3 times a week, perfect. It builds confidence, it builds direction, and it builds the consistency. Also, what is your priority for that day? And it's okay to miss a day. You know, it's okay not to feel okay. You know, let's normalize that feeling. It's fine. And if you miss 1 or 2 days, if you're on holiday and you don't want to exercise, you want to enjoy some pizza and, you know, spaghetti and some other maybe classed as ultra processed foods, maybe do it. But if you do the rest of the 70-80% right, your body is going to be nourished and healthy. Always ask for help. Living with a chronic condition is not an easy journey. And there are some days that it's a real struggle, but having a network, your social bubble that you can pick up the phone, ring the friend, ring your mom, dad, your siblings, your sisters, brothers, and ask always for support. If you're isolated and you're on your own, there are some patient organizations, helplines that you can always contact people who are there to support you, and make the whole process enjoyable. Nothing is exciting doing some activities that really brings a cheerful, joyful experience. And we know by doing this, you're going to commit and you're going to reduce the stress. And after all, you feel better. Next slide, please. So I just want to talk a little bit on the medical aspect here. So MS is one of the diseases that when it starts is not necessarily visible and noticeable. So there are some phases of the condition, as we call asymptomatic, preclinical, and then people become symptomatic with the headaches, maybe infertility, diarrhea, constipation, these kind of non-specific symptoms that people are being misdiagnosed with, the chronic fatigue, ME, functional neurological disorder, and that's a prodromal phase of the MS. It is so important to identify these kind of underlying issues at very early stages, because what we want and our end goal is to preserve the brain health. So what we see is the tip iceberg underneath the water. There is a video to play. I think if technical support could, there are some processes happening underneath the water. It could be a smoldering MS, some slowly progressive nature of the inflammatory process that's not visible by just looking at you, by performing EDSS, which is our standard disability evaluation score, which has lack of sensitivity, as you heard today, and it's impossible to capture the cognition, bladder symptoms, bowel symptoms, and evaluate people adequately. So there are loads of issues in multiple sclerosis to identify the subtle symptoms and early symptoms of MS. Next slide, please. So this is what I meant underneath the water. There is a flaring flames, which we don't see necessarily because under the water, we just see that beautiful scenery on the surface on the water. That's a metaphor of multiple sclerosis, and in particular when we're talking about the gradually, slowly progressive stages of MS. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is my last slide. Just a proposed model which I have published recently with my team in the UK. We are focusing on what can we do at the service level to allow people to have access to our services. To be seen by neurologists in UK, it may take you 8 to 1 year as a newly diagnosed patient, right? So there are so many challenges, and as one of the patients from the audience I listened, the more established countries, the more challenges to get into the service. You know, it's a paradox, as you may think. Why is that? It's the numbers that are growing in the Western lifestyle. When we have a speedy lifestyle, pizza here, you know, some donuts there, you know, energy drinks, our bodies get inflamed, immune systems are disrupted, plus we get some EBV virus on the top, and we end up in having a diagnosis, you know, and the numbers are, at my service, is growing every year by 10%. I started with 500 patients. I have now under my cohort 800, and that was just a few years ago, you know, so it's really impactful. So we really want to change how we work, and that's a slide for the healthcare professional, for policymakers, for the MS registries, for the non-profit organizations, for profit organizations. We need to come as a team and find out the solution. And this is a proposal. So what I advise is that we need to use the digital technology. We have now these nice data collection databases, as you heard, Danish, Scandinavian countries, UK registries, Australian, MS-based, you know, we have the tools, but we haven't started teaching the machine learning and AI based on that data, and we need to do this. And the way we do at the service level is that we have a check-in service, you know, whether it's 3 days prior to the appointment or 2 weeks before the appointment, we do send some questionnaires for patients to answer, to report their outcomes. Also, as part of my role, I'm developing augmented reality assessment tools, wearable devices that I could send these devices with a nurse to the patient's home, and I can assess the upper limb function, motor limb function, cognitive function, and then I get a report on which I make a decision, okay? If I see there is a huge problem, I bring the patient into the MSMDT clinic. What is MSMDT clinic? I would like in that clinic to be with MS nurse, psychologist, physiotherapist, occupational therapist, patient representative, patient who lives with MS and can share the real world experiences, and also women health or men health expert, because there are some other comorbidities and health issues, or maybe pregnancies, that requires a complete different attitude and changes in pathway. And then I assess the patient, having preclinical assessment, clinical assessment. I make a decision whether this patient is allowed to go and have a patient-initiated follow-up, which allow patient maybe to self-manage, but then have a contact with us. We're not going to discharge and let them go and live their lives. We want to have that continuous process, but we can only allow to happen this if we have a remote monitoring, non-stop, every few months maybe. And if we see the deviation, we have an AI system that alerts us that something is changing. Patient is having reduced steps, patient is losing their balance, patient is falling down, patient can't see, patient's cognitive function is deteriorating. We want to know that. I want to know that. And also tracking the activities like attendance to emergency department. Why Mary John is coming 3-4 times to the emergency department without me knowing? Well, what's the matter? Well, what is the underlying cause? And then maybe bring into the MSMDT clinic back and assess the situation and set the dedicated plan. For that, I need digital tools to help me to monitor and then set the personalized plan for the treatment, as well as personalized, tailored rehabilitation plan to tackle that maybe balance, maybe that left leg that is weaker. I want to tackle that muscle group. How can I do that? If I assess you properly, then I can manage you.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, and I welcome your questions, and I'm happy to listen to the rest of the presentations.
Agne, thank you for being the so passionate and forward-looking neurologist, researcher, digital person, and advocate that you are. And thank you also for this very interactive, tangible presentation and creating a film just for us. There's 100 things we can remember from here, and it ties in very nicely with the different leitmotifs of yesterday as well. So I will take the hook of do what you like, stretch yourself, but give yourself a slack, and really the whole community piece is so important. And I would like to take that as an opportunity to introduce Janneke, Janneke Knoll, who has been sitting here very patiently. Thank you very much. Janneke is the coordinator of the Young People with MS network. You correct me if that is wrong. And that stands for exactly what you said, like if you can accept where you are, inform yourself, be in the community, help others, and it will make a real difference. And sometimes I felt over the past years that it is a pity that I'm too old for the Young People's Network, because you guys are doing, and ladies, doing a wonderful job there and with great vibes. Janneke, your presentation now and your reaction, first of all, also to what Agne has been saying.
Yeah, thank you. I do not have a presentation. I was just
good. No, all the better. I saw you with the nose, and then I thought, okay, great.
Yes.
So then we do that directly. Yes.
Yeah, patient empowerment for me is the shared decision making, and I think that's what Agne just showed us in her presentation. It is a collaboration between where my voice as a patient matters and where all the other voices of patients matter just as much as the professional. We should be equals. We work as a team together, and all the things you were showing us in the presentation, you can track those. You can make questions for it, take notes about it. I think there are 3 important questions you should ask if you have a conversation with a doctor. For example, what are my opinions as a patient? How do I think about this or that? What do I think about the treatment options? What are the pros and the cons of each? And what does it mean in my situation? Because I'm an individual and everyone else has his own journey. So what does it mean in my situation? And I really need to tell you, the doctor, my story about it, so that you can think together with me about the best situation for me as a patient. So also what matters most of me in my life, or as a patient, what matters most of you in your daily life. And what you showed us is, I think you can call it a preparation for all the conversations you have with a doctor, with a neurologist, with rehabilitation. Track your symptoms, track what you experience, what is important for you. The tingling in my left feet, it's always there, but for me it's less important than my cognition. So I tell that. I also use the bullet journal to track my symptoms. It's terrible. I don't have the discipline to do it every day. But just try to find a way that works for you. Bullet journal, voice notes, notes on your phone or whatever device you'd like to use. Take that with you to the appointment with the doctors or everyone else. Take an active role in that, and I think that's what we do with YPN as well. Stand up for ourselves, be your own advocate, be there, and just let all the doctors, the healthcare, everyone know around you what's important for you, so that you can get the best care there is possible for you.
And Janneke, do you have any question directly to Agne? Because it was a very round and presentation, and also like full of understanding of what a handful it is what we recommend to people. So my question is there anything where you say like, this one is particularly difficult, or this one I would like to get more information on?
I was wondering, we had yesterday Natalie talking about the family and the support and how you, for me it's very important to bring my support to the appointments I have. I do not always remember everything, so that's a good one, but also they can think with me. But how can you prepare for an appointment with a neurologist with your support? How can you do that in a good way?
Yeah, and in a short period of time. Now, how long are the doctor's visits for you?
Short.
Short. Okay, so
10 to 30 minutes.
Yeah, so thank you for the question. It's a very, very important question. I think I've done some work for MS Trust organization where we recorded some of the tips how to prepare for the appointment. There are simple steps, basically. There's nothing more joyful when you have a patient who is organized. You know, they come into the room, they bring a note, they bring A4, A3 format of writings. You know, I guess what's important for us as neurologists is having a structure, a segmented plan. We can't read the stories and have a patient in front of us and then sort of read that paper and then look at the patient and then read the paper. So we want that condensed information in front of us. You know, if it involves symptoms, what are the 3 symptoms that dominant and really impairs your quality of life, that you require some adjustment in your treatment. And there are so many ways of managing your symptoms. It's not like you have tingle and pain and you can't get out of the bed and you need to suffer. No, there are some interventions from rehabilitation to medical, so, you know, and supplements as well, and some alternative medicine approaches from acupuncture to vitamin supplements, such as taking magnesium supplement at nighttime, you know, for the muscle cramping as a sort of a neutral, sort of a nutraceutical approach. But I guess, you know, having family members is very good, because sometimes I talk to the patient and they should just shrug the shoulders and they don't know, they are worried, they are stressed seeing me, they, you know, there's different people, different personalities, different attitude, different social skills and language skills. And then bringing the friend who knows you highlights so many subtle things that the patient is not aware. Because, you know, according to the psychology, we all have blind spot, which we don't see ourselves from the side. And having somebody with you in that consultation room brings some different flavors and colors that makes me, as a neurologist, think, and then, you know, do some adjustment and changes in management. But I think it needs to be not a storytelling from ancient world to up to date. It's something that is structured, segmented, and then there is nothing wrong to use the maybe AI and ChatGPT, Copilot, which a tool that everyone who uses the computer is now starting using, and write that story, long story as you want, but ask the ChatGPT and say, give me a segmented plan based on my writing. And it gives you like 3 distinct items that allows you then to print it out, save on your mobile notes, and bring it to the appointment. Yes. And we as neurologists are going to thank you, because we have limited time, we have to do neurology assessment, we have to look at your side effects, injection reactions, infusion reactions, talk about your symptoms, loads of domains, and do the EDSS, which is, as we agreed, not sensitive tool anyway, but that's a policy, that's a regulation that we need to do until we get the digital technology into our clinical space. So these things happen, and I think communication, partnership is super important. You know, there's nothing worse than a bad historian patient comes into your room, looks at you, look at the patient, what's wrong with you, how are you feeling today, good or bad, you know. Some people likes to hide things, not necessarily very honest with their presentation. They are embarrassed, you know. So bringing open, honest conversation in a segmented, structured way is going to improve your management. I'm telling you, it's genuine. Anybody who's trained to be a neurologist will look at that. And even though if you don't like neurologists that you're seeing currently, change the neurologist. There are plenty of different neurologists. You know, there are people who don't like me. Although I am very much into sort of holistic care, providing nourishing care, but they don't like me. You know, they go to see somebody else. So we are human beings. We are human beings. Interaction, sometimes the personality doesn't echo, like doesn't make any sense.
Thank you very much. Janneke.
Yeah, that was what I was wanted to jump in. I think you can be selfish. It is all about you. It is not bad to be selfish, but if you don't feel comfortable with the doctor you have, you should ask for a second opinion. If you don't feel comfortable to tell every symptom you have, then maybe you're with the wrong doctor and the connection isn't good. And you have to trust the system that there is... oh, help me out. How do we say it?
Zeg het maar in het Nederlands.
Confidentially.
Oh, yeah, and confidentiality. Yes.
Exactly. You need to trust in the system that there is. So if you want to ask for a second opinion, you should not be afraid that your own doctor gets to know of that. You should have the trust in the confidentially.
Yeah, the confidence. Yes, no, absolutely. The confidence and the confidentiality. Voilà.
Both. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Because it's what I said. It's all about you, and that's important. And everyone in the system, in the healthcare, is there to support you and tries to have the best care for you. But you need to stand up for yourself and. Let them know.
Yeah, and it's not only about liking the doctor, of course, but sometimes we have this feeling that maybe the doctor is not the right match for our medical needs. Took me 10 years to change my neurologist. And afterwards, every single day I thought, why did I stay with her? Because I liked her, but she wasn't the right neurologist for me, actually, no? So is it okay, Janneke, I know you have a lot of stuff on your paper, to quickly open up, because we are running a delay. And we're having Bogi online waiting, and we have lunch, etc., etc. So if it is okay, we would have a very quick question right now, and putting this into the Q&A. The question to Agne, if possible, because you will be switched off afterwards. Yannick, is it okay that you take the interaction later? Is that fine? Okay. Any question directly to Agne? No, I talked you over. Okay, so sorry for that. Agne, thank you so much also for these lists, and I saw people taking photos of them, so I think we have a lot that we can carry home to manage our own MS even better while giving us a slack. Okay, thank you. Thank you to both. And voilà. And for Agne, unfortunately, we can't give you that little bag here. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Janneke. Great. I see we having Bogi Eliasson online. 1 second, please. Yes. Yes. Okay. So. I can see we have very patient Boge Eliasson on the line already, and I have a double challenge for you. First of all, thank you very much for waiting, Boge. We had so passionate discussions that we were running over, which is not nice for your panel and also for our tummies, which will want some lunch at some moment. We will try to keep this discussion to half an hour, so I'm calling for a relaxed yet paced approach for all of us involved right now. And we will build on what we have been saying earlier already and look into global perspectives on MS and related disorders. So don't forget the other disorders that are related and their prevention and management. So online we have Bogi Eliasson. I hope I pronounced that correctly. And Boge is a very sought-after keynote speaker and advisor for global leaders in the area of health globally, as I said. And you provide really insights that are actionable and are from the Copenhagen Institute for Future Studies. 2 years ago, we already had a presentation from your institute, and I remember how very inspiring that was. So, Boge, you will kick off the floor very quickly with your presentation, and then we do have a panel that will be Anne Helme. Just come here already so that we have that. Anne Helme once more, who is, as we know, the very passionate head of research and access at the MSIF. We also have Jan Anders Istad. Jan Anders, I don't know whether you say Jan or Jan Anders or Anders, you will tell us. You are a pharmacist and health economist with almost 25 years experience in the health industry before joining the MS Society, and your father had MS. And then we have once again Professor Jelena Drulovic from Belgrade, who already provided a beautiful presentation on comorbidities. Boge, we count on you to keep it inspirational, short and catchy. Then we have a short presentation also from Jan Anders or Anders. How do you say? Jan Anders? Yeah, Jan Anders. And quick pointers. I promised the kitchen that we will do this in half an hour. Can we? We can. Okay, off we go.
Thank you. So thank you so much, and it's an honor to be invited to this. I have been working a bit with the MS community, also with the parameter last time, so I do know a bit, but I'm not an expert in MS. And I was following a bit before now this morning, and I think there have been some fantastic discussions and also knowledge. My approach here is a little bit different. It's more to see where do we see health moving, and also thinking a little bit about what is it MS is and can be, and how can MS also be a part of really pushing the boundaries in this way. So when we think about health, we think very statically, but sometimes we forget how fast things change. So in the 50s, it wasn't a question if doctors smoked. They were not good doctors if they didn't smoke Camels. So the real exercise here is also to think with ourselves today, what are we doing today that our kids and our grandkids will tell us, what were you thinking about? And these are the changes we need to identify to improve things. So what I'm working quite a lot on is trying to build the exercise of what happens if health is the most important societal pillar. Not what you do when things go wrong, but what you do to keep things as good as possible. So to benefit patients, professional populations, and the planet, but really building dignity, equity, security, and societal wealth also with health as a driver. And we also know that changes come with thinking differently. Often we forget that there are these moments, and we are caught today by echoes of the past or of the yesterday that keeps us back, because we have technology to do almost everything that has been mentioned of what I was hearing this morning, but we don't know how to do it. So the reality is also that for most systems, we never had more money, personnel, knowledge, hospitals, data, computing power, but still we see a disaster. Still we see burnout. Still we see that there is not enough access. So what is happening? So it is a mindset crisis more than anything else. It's also because we are focusing on a reactive health system where we only intervene too late. You have to be ill to a certain degree before you really get help. So when we look at our systems today, the majority is on NCDs, but our health systems were built on communicable diseases and accidents and violence. We have not really changed the structure while the disease burden has changed drastically. Our estimation is that around 30% of the disease burden that comes to the hospital should never come there. It should be resolved before. EU is working with a number of 70% of the disease burden that we deal with should actually not occur. But that's where you take in the primary prevention as well. I'm more focusing on secondary prevention, which is also more relevant for the MS. So when you look at this, you might want to cry, but that's not what changes the world. Mindset change the world. So how do we go forward here? We have seen several industrial revolutions going forward. We think we are in the fourth, more or less now, but we are actually entering the fifth industrial revolution, where we are moving from only thinking about volumes, quantities, and and really needing to go and say, are we doing things right? But also, are we doing the right things? Sounds very simple, it's extremely complex. So how do we rethink and rebuild health systems? We do have late treatment, and we need to go much earlier in, focusing on health span rather than lifespan. So how do we keep people as healthy as possible for as long as possible? And here specifically with secondary prevention, meaning that we can intervene more precise and earlier with the right structures and knowledge in that part. So when we then look at the fourth industrial revolution, was really to get biology in different ways, expressions, genetics, all of these things, data, digital imaging, smart materials in, but it was a volume. Everything was just get volume. We have learned that that doesn't really work. So how do we make this move to quality, to outcomes, to getting better lives for people with advanced technology? And this is really about using health as a tool for a better society in that way. But we also need to have a purpose. So where is it really we want to go? And the reality is that if we don't know where we're going, any road will actually take us there, but it's not where we want to be. So what is the purpose? The real challenge here is not just to try to fix what is not working well enough, but to identify, imagine, dream about where is it really we want to go. So this is what change of mind really is. So the question here is, what if health was the most important societal pillar? What we drive not just for the patient, but also for society to have equality and equity, sustainability, well-being economy, to reduce the avoidable disease burden, but most importantly, always to secure dignity for every and each individual that's involved. And the discussions before have been very clear on this, that we need to intervene much earlier, much smarter. And we know that when we go late, the impact for the patient is very late. The cost is much higher. So this is not the way we should go. Core question that I always ask health decision makers, and especially health ministers, is what is it really you want? Is it the best health system or the healthiest population? This is not the same. Probably it's a mixture of both. But the outcome for you as a person is the population health, is not the best health system. That needs to be the main driver. So this is where we really need to change our thinking and go from the reactive sick care to the more proactive mindset. And of course, we all want more prevention, and we have talked about it for 1,000, if not 2,000 and 3,000 years, but how do we do it? So we need to really go from the what to the how. We have done a bit of this in our Nordic Health 2030 project that we started in 2018-19, where we progressed, or we projected the cost and the impact on the health systems in the Nordic. And this was before COVID, and just could see that this was a disaster, just waiting for breakdown, and proposed with the 30 major stakeholders and decision makers that half of the health budget should go towards primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention, and half should stay as the curative as we have it. The 5-5 is because the Nordics spend more or less 10% of GDP on health. So a half-half, you could also say. And you could do this with P5 or P4, P5 medicine, with being more personalized, being more preventive in several ways, predictive that's coming, but definitely much more participatory, but coming in to build the potential with the patient, which was also mentioned before. So it is cheaper, it is cleaner, and it is smarter. So, but we need a data model that can do that. And also in the Nordic, we work what we called with the humanome. So what happens if you put all of this in the hand of the individual with AI models? And this was thinking from 2019, so before ChatGPT and all of these things. But we have most of the technology and we have a lot of the data to do so. We lack the format of governance and how we use it. So this is something that needs to be developed also to bridge to what was discussed just before. And also have in mind that the data that we will need in the future is person-produced data. We need real-time data, dynamic data, not just static data. And that then needs to be put together with the health system. So it's not about individual or system data. It's really about merging a new way of thinking where you have individual and aggregated data and feedback loops in that way. So we are always trying to put this into 5 layers. So how do you work with improved technologies, improved prevention, improved treatment, improved sustainability, but most importantly, always dignity and equity as the main drivers when you push this forward. So the question here is not if we can, is why we want to do something. What is the purpose? And really figure out how to do it. So is it massively to reduce the avoidable disease burden, which probably is a way where we really provide dignity in? And I do work with these kinds of thoughts as a fellow at Robert Bosch Academy. I actually am not so active in Copenhagen Institute Future Studies anymore. I am director of Movement Health, which works globally with health now. But also in Nordic Health, I work with the World Health Organization, the Siana Health Leader Network, OECD, Phase 5 on decentralized clinical trials, which would be very interested for MS as well, and also a lot with respiratory health initiatives. So, but the last word here is just saying that the complexity of MS is really big, but you are actually on the front of what multi-disease will be for most patients or persons when they become older in the future. So you're not just solving something for your own patients, you're actually building for how to build better health systems. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you very much. Boge, what I love, you are 9 minutes and not 10, and you were granted 10. And really, what you're saying about really shifting the lens and not getting comfortable with how we have been doing things, and that MS is really the role model and can be the role model and the pathway to other diseases and to aging overall. And I hear that sometimes in the Brussels healthcare system, and then I'm very happy about it. Now, our challenge is we have 21 minutes, and I would like to start with you and with a short statement, your reaction to Boge and what you would like to add from your perspective. Short and sweet, and I know you can do it.
Thank you. Well, there was a lot in that presentation, but I want to pick up on the idea of prevention and share a bit about what's happening at a global level. So we know there is growing interest in the opportunity to be proactive and prevent MS at a sort of primary level, or to intervene at the earliest possible stages before the clinical signs of disease come up. And I think what we know, if we want to get the greatest impact from our resources and investment that's going to make a difference everywhere in the world, then global coordination is essential. And we also know that impact comes when the MS community has consensus on what the challenges are, how to address them, and that they're working together across all of the different groups, researchers, healthcare professionals, the MS organizations, policymakers, and of course, every person affected by MS. So the example I wanted to share is the one that Eva mentioned in her talk yesterday, the Global Prevention Initiative, which has been recently launched by MS organizations in Canada and Australia, who are leading this with the support of many other MS organizations. The conversation was kicked off with a workshop a few weeks ago in Lisbon, which was really aiming to understand where, as an MS community, we should be investing our time and resources to make that biggest difference, whilst keeping health equity at the forefront. So this includes a consideration of the research that is needed, addressing gaps in our understanding of the development of MS from its really earliest sort of how it's triggered, how it develops from its really earliest stages, an understanding of the different risk factors that are involved, but particularly what is the infrastructure, the data cohorts that are going to be needed in order to study this, because we know that to study prevention, we need very large amounts of data, and it needs to be diverse and representative. And another important aspect of research is the social, behavioral, psychological aspect. So in what circumstances will members of the public or family members of people with MS find it acceptable to take part in research, or to actually take up and use any of the interventions that may come in order to prevent MS. But the other strand, in addition to research, is the public health and policy approach. And as a global community, we need to consider who do we need to partner with on this. there are around 3 million people living with MS globally, but we are a relatively rare condition compared to a lot of others that get a lot of attention. So we need to join our voices to others. Boye has mentioned a lot about non-communicable diseases, and I think that could be a really important partnership for the MS community when we are talking about shared risk factors. And we need to consider who do we work with and what do we do at a global level, regional, national levels. Groups like the EMSP, like MSIF, we have a really important role bringing MS organizations and our wider collaborators together to speak with that stronger voice. And for example, the World Health Assembly meets in Geneva next week. And as MSIF, we are supporting statements made by the NCD Alliance around that important focus on NCDs and getting the finance needed for it.
Thank you very much. And that was, by the way, a real fight to have neurology as one of the priorities of the WHO, etc. You know more about that. So we had from Boge the big crystal ball thinking and this, what will the next generation reproach to us, because we have been paddling along, and you were looking into what needs to change and how can we get systems, people, etc. to do that at a global level. And now I would like to go to the local level, Norway. Jan Anders, you have a quick presentation for us, very quick, you can use it or not, but what's your answer to Boge, to Anne, to all of us?
Yeah, thank you. I have some supporting slides to support my message. I'll see if this works, this arrow.
Yes.
Is it on screen?
Go one further. Yes. And one more.
Yeah, that's supportive slides. Thanks a lot. So thank you to Anne for taking, you could say, the primary prevention perspective and research. So I will follow up a little bit on the perspective of secondary prevention. And we have learned today about basic research, the hope for the future, and we have learned about health data that exist. And I think if we're supposed to do advocacy, we need to know numbers, we need to know statistics, and otherwise we cannot do advocacy at all. So here you see one usage of health data in Norway. Because from the National MS Registry, we have taken out data so that we can implement national quality indicators. So one of them is this one. This is the most successful one. And the clinical community, to really prevent outcomes of MS, they say you should start treatment with high active GMTs within 21 days after diagnosis. When you have national data, then you see how successful it is. It was 60% in 2023. And actually, the year before, the quality indicator was 30 days. So had it been 30 days, the success rate would have been much higher. So this is one way of, you can say, take advantage of the data you have, both in discussions with the politicians at high level, but also at lower level, because these data also finds at regional level. So I'm a strong advocate for the Norwegian MS Registry, and I actually also do some guerrilla activity. So I contact the local hospitals who have low report rates, and it works. So this is a strong recommendation: fight for your local statistics. So my second point is health technology assessment. It's done in many countries, mine as well, because you have this pathway from research to actual patient access. It starts with research, industry, academic, you have a marketing authorization, and then you have this health technology assessment process, where you have joint clinical assessment, some do cost effectiveness, some do price negotiations or price referencing, and even now, the EU also have started new legislation, as we learned yesterday from the Vice Deputy Minister, on equal access in Europe and promotion of innovation. So clearly here, this pathway is also a pathway that we need to address, both at specific level on new medicines, but also at system level. Because as you see here, my second point, because the huge societal cost of MS is not fully rewarded in this process, because it only takes into account the healthcare perspective. So we did this report in Norway some years ago, and the real huge cost of MS is that people can't work. So if that's not taken into account when you consider investments, be it rehabilitation or new medicines, there is a huge risk that good investments are not done. So this is something that we need to advocate for, so that we get our fair share of, you can say, the public purse. So that is my second recommendation. I can also use I think next year, when the new BTK inhibitors come, I think many countries will run into trouble because of the way the HCS system would work. Because what we are interested in is maybe not reducing relapses. We have good medicines for that, but it's the long-term progression. And this is maybe the first time. But it will take maybe 5-10 years to really get certain outcome on progression, and will not be acceptable on behalf of our persons to wait that long for certain evidence. So clearly there we will need to engage ourselves and be clear on how we see that this should be done. And the clear solution to that is definitely when the clinical trial ends, this must be followed up in the local registries. And then we will find this certain outcome. So that's my second recommendation. MS is a small disease. It's in Norway everywhere. So it's difficult to get attention. So what we do in Norway to get attention is that we join forces with the brain community in our country. We advocated for this brain health strategy. There are cancer strategies and NCD strategies and all kinds of things. And so in 2018 we got our brain health strategy. And that has been important to get attention. In addition to that, in 2024, we co-located ourselves in an office landscape with the Parkinson's Society, Epilepsy Headache Society to join forces. And this works, and it makes our attention bigger at political level, so we can get our fair share of the public purse. Because if you look at burden of disease, we have continuous initiatives going on there. The burden of disease for brain is massive, it's bigger than cancer. And it's not known, at least not in my country. So that's also something which I think is important. And I think also there that goes at all levels. And at European level, I mean the EU, they have a beating cancer plan. We don't have anything like that. So all kinds of advocacy together in Europe, in our countries, is I would recommend.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Jan Anders, for the short but very clear add-on. So it's almost like Matryoshka system, different elements to the same theme. What I hear is fight for your data. It's the fuel that makes advocacy work, but don't look only at the medical side. The social elements are really important, and go from relapse to progression, so spot things early and don't stay in the MS bubble. Go for the whole brain health. And now is the time for brain health, actually, so that at least is a good thing. Now we had already 3 wonderful perspectives to that global picture. Jelena, what is yours?
Thank you very much. Well, I should... Is it okay? I believe yes. Well, I would say the situation in Serbia was very bad with the treatment of multiple sclerosis for years, because we were in a very poor economic situation, low-income country. But we, when I say we, meaning healthcare professionals dealing with the multiple sclerosis and neuroimmunological disorders, we were kind of advocating for the treatment of persons along with the MS Society, Serbian MS Society. And somehow changes took place, started taking place in 2018, 2019, and we have previously established our MS registry for the Belgrade region, which is rather large, 2 million people living in that region. We were able to show characteristics of those patients. And on the other hand, we performed pharmacoeconomic studies. So for the first time, we could show that those are not only the medicines that we are paying for, but that there is a lot of cost for social care, which was has not been seen at the moment. And somehow in that way we persuaded people that who are
those who are decision makers in the country, Ministry of Health, Health Insurance Fund, that we should start treatment of multiple sclerosis. So it was very useful. We started, and then we followed the Brain Health Time Matters report, and it was, I should say, crucial. We educated neurologists in Serbia based on that concept. We followed that concept, especially those who are focused on the treatment of neuroimmunological disorders. And at that moment when we started treatment with DMTs, we couldn't fulfill criteria which were at that moment, according to Brain Health, defined as core criteria. At this moment now, we are not fulfilling not only core but achievable criteria, which are related to the moment when we establish the diagnosis of multiple sclerosis, which is up to month, and afterwards, immediately in month or two, we are starting treatment with DMTs. And that is something that we are extremely proud of, because we think it is really perfect, having in mind where we started. So I think it is very important, on one hand, advocacy, on the other hand, collecting data, and finally following those criteria, which are very important in order to have adequate strategy for establishing diagnosis and starting treatment as soon as possible.
And I'm very happy to hear that the Time Matters had exactly that impact, and I'm sure you have been advocating for that very, very in a tough and fierce way. Boge, with what you say, where we are needing to go to, what is the one question you have to our speakers?
Yes, thank you. So I think it's really, really important to be patient, to be inpatient on short term, but patient on long term. Sounds a bit stupid, but we really need to give us 5 and 10 years visions, dreams, aspirations to frame what is it we want to do, and then break it down, and then run like the fastest horse in short sprints. So be really impatient in that part. Because honestly, there is so much knowledge and experience in the MS community. It's about defining the how. It's really that is the question. And one thing which comes back again and again in all disease areas is that we want new flashy things, but we have 90% of what we need in our hands. It's defining how we use what we have. Okay, and the future that we need to build with the how is partly boring. It's not new buildings. It's not flashy instruments. It's really getting the things done with what exists.
Yes. Thank you so much. I would like to get you prepared for one question. I see you, Aliki. Can I ask you, in one sentence, what's that 5-year vision you have, and what's that one sprint that is important right now? So everyone, but really in one sentence. I start with you, Anders, because I see you thinking. What's that 5-year vision you have, and what's that one sprint that is needed most? I know it's winging it, but I know you have an answer.
And you start.
And you start, okay.
So the sprint that we need to do now is to work out what the plan is for prevention, because it's definitely long term. So we need to invest right now or decide what cohorts, what data structures we need to set up so that we have the answers in 5 or 10 years.
Wonderful. Thank you for quick sprint, 5-year vision. Jelena.
What Anne has just told, I think we should all work on that side. So we should make our own cohorts in our, I should say, for the beginning, hospital, maybe national also, in which we will try to see how we could establish the diagnosis as soon as possible by making access, having in mind new MRI criteria, although not published, we are very well aware of them. I think MRI should be here accessible in a first place, also additional laboratory analysis, and immediately afterwards, according to what we know at the moment, start with most effective treatments and see what are the outcomes.
Spot it when it pops up. Treat,
yes.
And that is the sprint,
yes.
So that in 5
yes.
years we have a healthier population on the first, second and third pillar of prevention. I'm interpreting. Jan Anders.
Okay, from a secondary prevention perspective, I would say the sprint is fast diagnosis and fast startup of highly active DMTs.
Super. Okay.
For everyone.
Thank you very much, wonderfully summarized. Now, Boge, what's your 5-year vision and your one sprint, having heard what you've heard?
So the lack that I see, both in MS, but in most part of health, is that the diagnostic part is not precise enough and timely enough. So precision is not just that it is precise in what you look at, but it's also the timing. So my sprint would be on that, which is the weakest point as I see it. And that gives us the early intervention.
Yeah, super. So we are ending on the same page. Isn't that wonderful, actually? So we seem to be going into a blueprint here. We have little time for discussion and big time during the lunch to deepen it. So I would suggest if anyone has a direct question to Boge, that will be already important, but also it can be to the others. Short question, short answer. And we have Aliki and also... Joka. Oh God, my brain. Okay, so Aliki had raised her hand first. I think it works. Try it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No, everything very good with real-world data, registries, evidence-based, supportive documents, etc. I have the impression that we didn't speak about one challenge. Maybe we have the best advocacy. MS is very well known and has a very strong voice, for instance, in Greece. But when we compete with another disease and the resources are limited, how do we overcome and we show that our they have to prioritize our demand?
Who would like to take that one? Yeah.
I can answer that one, if I may.
Okay, very quickly. Jan Anders also had an answer. Both of you very quick, thank you.
Yes. So this is a major challenge that I've always pushed on patient organizations to try to think in umbrellas, because you are really not getting the value out of the whole opportunities that are there. And the exercise here is really to think what is common across, if not all, a lot of diseases, which is a lot of things. And you need to work together. You would need to share the cake. But the cake, when you work in that way, is actually bigger than the cake that you are having now.
Yes. Jan Anders, thank you.
I would say two good arguments that we can use. One is severity. With young women get a chronic disease like MS, it's for the whole life. So the health loss, like health economists claim it, is by far the biggest. I mean, if you get cancer, most of people, they get cured. So the health loss is actually, on average, much bigger for MS. That's one thing. The other thing is the economics, that people with MS invest in rehabilitation so that they can work. It's good value for money. So there is scarcity of nurses, teachers, everything now. They also get MS. So invest in them so they can keep on working.
Yes. And there you said earlier, let the country facts buzz and compare them to other countries. So if you have good argumentation what the cost is, what the impact on people's social life, working life, etc. is, it's almost a no-brainer, although some people find it hard still to process. What else do we have? Yes, Joke. Who else?
Hello, I'm Joke from Belgium. Thanks for the talk. I have a question for Jan Anders. I totally agree that treatment, fast treatment is immensely important, but how is starting a treatment within 21 days possible if you need to do quite a lot of things, such as maybe tests for NMOSD or MOGAD, because the DMTs are different, or checking some vaccines, making a choice, most importantly, and planning the administration maybe, and other things?
Yeah, it's 21 days from certain diagnosis until startup of high-active DMTs. And the ambition is 80%, not 100%, because as you say, people are different and there could be need for vaccines and things. So 100% is not the ambition, it's 80.
Mm. And thank you for bringing in the NMOSD and MOGAD perspective again, because it's even harder, of course, when it's a rare disease. So to be mindful that there probably that social health economic piece is a wonderful one, in addition to really having the right to treatment and to care. If we are good with the questions right now, I'm turning to Herbert. We will have lunch. When do we need to be back? Because we won't have the journey begins. We will have just a nice wrap up, short and nice by Federica, actually. So when do we need to be back? No, that is not possible. Sorry. So, because people need to get to the lunch place, so the question is, Boge, we don't need you for the lunch logistics, so we trust that you have a late but delicious lunch, and we would like to thank you very, very much for that crystal ball thinking that said, like, it's not a crystal ball, actually, it starts now. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much. Enjoy lunch.
So you're getting... Good. Microphone quickly. Please remain seated for 1 minute. So tell us when we need to be back. Oh yeah, that's not even better. Oh, schön. Yes. So please don't go to lunch. Aber here. Oh, I like that. So, Boge, we are greeting you with a remote little thought. Thank you very much, and see you next time around. Thank you to you all. That was really short yet inspirational, and for your agility to come with that vision and sprint piece. Thank you. Oh, okay. So the good news is, after lunch, you will do whatever you want to do. The official program will be finished very, very soon. While we are getting together with Federica to wrap up, does anyone know what happened to Berlin? Oh. Well, maybe we can let you think while we do this. Okay? We can stand here. We don't need to...
Where do you want? Okay. Hi to everybody. My name is Federica Balzani. I don't know if everyone know me. So I'm a person living with MS. I come from Italy. I work for the Italian MS Society. I'm the vice president of the European MS platform. It's a pleasure for me to close this meeting, our annual conference. And I think that in these days, 2 days, we learn many new things, information, concepts. And we had the opportunity to share experiences and to shape, last but not least, the future of MS and related disorder care and advocacy. And because I think that we are a person living with MS, not patient, person living with MS, involved in MS, and I think that we have to drive our future, our action, advocacy action, research project and services. So it's not a case that I talked about our annual conference because EMSP is our organization, and this is a suggestion from me to not to stay in contact with us, with the EMSP, but to be active, more and more active, and I think that is very important. So now I have to do
You have to open. While you open, I would like to say that I loved that last round of sprint versus vision, because in a way we saw how the strengths get together, and this prevention theme that is so rich in a way is also a no-brainer. So really treat early, think big. It's not only about treatment. Think inclusively. Have also NMO and NMOSD and Moga included in the thinking, even if it's not the same. And really, as people living with MS, we have so much more power than we think. But also, we are not alone, and we do not think we need to lift the world on our shoulders. So now your thing is open again. No?
No, now it's time to announce the winner of the Neuronan Challenge. So, is there the ball? Do you want to draw?
Oh, it's very
Do
heavy.
you want to draw the card instead of me? Yes, you're lucky. More lucky than me.
No, I let someone here. Don't look at. There's no names on it. So, Ali, Tanya, you
The young
pick.
person. Yes.
Yes, yes, you have the honor. And here, though, so just like if there's any lawyers here, etc., one can see no name. Huh? So it's really like anonymous cards the other way around. So, yeah, yes.
Should I read it out loud?
Oh, yeah, our future president, Ali.
Okay, the winner is Monica Witt.
Yeah.
Okay. And you receive the pass for the next conference, free pass. Okay. Then, now I would like to say thank you. I'm sorry, thank you. Thank you for the Czech organization, Uniroska, for co-hosting the event and bringing a nice entertainment yesterday evening. It was wonderful. Irina, you can come. Thank you very much.
May I say a few words? Sorry? May I say a few words?
Attends. Thank you very much. And I don't know how to say thank you in Czech because I've been very busy.
Děkuji.
Děkuji. Děkuji from the heart. Thank you. And thank you.
I would like to say thank you, SCAR team, for the cooperation. You work together like a great team. I really appreciate it. And in the end, a message from Marine, dancer from France. Yesterday it was a wonderful evening. Thank you for having us. And the last message is from Czech people living with MS. Thank you all for letting us spend the amazing 2 days in Prague with you. Naschledanou příště. Bye bye and see you next time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And then thank you to the Health Ministry for the support to the patient community and their patronage of the conference, of course. Thank you to the City of Prague and their patronage. Thank you to Bettina. You're wonderful. Who moderated the conference. You're so powerful. Thank you very much. Okay, this is of Irina, and there is another.
Attends. So that's very good. So, but you should take a photo with the two bouquet. Thank you very much. Thank you. Improvisation is a gift. So thank you.
So thank you for the technical team, interpreters, photographer, videographer, AV, Don Giovanni staff, of course. This is a beautiful hotel. Thank you to Danton Europe. Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Matthias. There is a bouquet also for you, no? Okay, it's for you.
Yeah.
But you already have your bouquet. Okay, perfect. And thank you for to the sponsor, of course. I think that we have a slide. Yes, Roche, Sanofi, Novartis, Selection, Coloplast, and Merck to support us, to be partner of us, and to support us during this conference and for this conference. And last but not least, thank you for the staff, the fantastic staff. Woo! Thank you for your work. Thank you. So, thank you to all of you, and I hope to see you next year in Berlin and stay in contact. Thank you. Yes. Lunchtime.
Bye. So you can have as much lunch and as long a lunch as you would like to. It was a pleasure to have you here, and thank you for being active and listening at the same time. So very nice. And thank you for those exercises, Stefanie. I will take you up on those. Super. Yeah.